Good morning. Good afternoon, Nairobi. Please take your seats. Delegates, alternates, observers in the hall. We will be getting going here in about 1 minute. Please take your seats. All right. Lloyd, do you think we should get this going?
I think it's about time.
I think it's about time. Good morning, Buenos Aires. Good afternoon, Nairobi. Welcome to day 2. We are here, and we are going to dive right in because we have a lot to do today. Okay? Yes. And one point here, as you'll see, we have paddles version 2, okay, with a yes and a no per hand here. Especially for our live stream audience, it will be much easier to decipher from the cameras what is being displayed there. Okay? So you now have to work both hands here. All right. Okay. Our agenda for today, brief welcome. I think we just did that. And then we're going to dive right back into our remaining topics here and come back to our delegates from yesterday that as we ended, there were some remaining comments as far as definitions go. We will move through that discussion and then on to the voting ceremony. Okay, discussion will take whatever time it needs to take.
That's right.
All right. So with that, Lloyd, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Eric. Yeah. And Mercy in Nairobi, are you ready? We're not hearing Mercy.
Can you hear me?
I hear you now.
Perfect.
And are we ready to begin, Mercy?
We are ready to begin, yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. So back here in Buenos Aires, I have a few hands that were not recognized. The honor system. Let's see the hands because you've moved seats now on me as well because of this. Let's see the hands. That's one that I had. Where's the other? Right here. I've got another. And back here in the corner. Okay. So we're going to start here. We'll start right up here up front with Angie. Let's recognize Angie first. Thank you for your patience and waiting until today to do this.
Good morning. Kia ora everybody, and kia ora Nairobi. Inchi here from Aotearoa, New Zealand. This might be a little redundant now, but in the context of yesterday, my request really was to ask that we get the chance to again discuss this morning the definitions prior to a temp check was my ask yesterday, which I can see we're going to do anyway. So thank you, but that was what I was going to say.
Thank you, Angie. Appreciate it. All right, and then next we had, it was Luca, right? Was it Luca? Yes. You're okay. Okay, all right, fantastic. So back in the back right here was our third comment. It's over here. There we go.
Thank you. Yeah, Gabriel from Austin. Just had some commentary regarding constitutionality of the definitions. From my perspective and a bunch of the delegates we had discussions with, the definition's primary function, or the Constitution's primary function, is a guiding document for the CC to determine constitutionality. I think we're framing a lot of things from us interpreting this, but we need to view this from the CC as the interpreting body on this. And having interpretability in there, it gives them flexibility to make decisions where nuance is necessary. So I push for them not being within the Constitution to allow for that flexibility. And just want to urge everyone to view everything from the perspective that it's not us interpreting what these definitions or anything within the Constitution is. This is the job of the CC.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you. And I'm going to recognize Ken Ladd on this exact point.
Yeah, this relates to the same topic. So during the synthesis workshop 2 days ago, my initial thought was either they go in the Constitution and require the same threshold of consensus to change them as the Constitution, or they're not included and not even written out at all. Excuse me. My position has since changed. I don't think we will be able to capture a definition set worthy of putting in the Constitution today that can withstand the 75% threshold. But I also see the merit in gathering our different thoughts on the definitions. So what I would propose is that the delegates and the traveling delegates, or alternates rather, have an election, make a chair and a co-chair, and over the period of the next couple weeks, we talk to the CC folks, we talk to the technical experts, and we come up with definitions. In addition to that, sort of like a Federalist Papers, each delegate and alternate has the opportunity to write their thoughts, their intent, their commentary, that all of this be included together, those definitions and the Federalist Papers aspect, that be hashed and be linked to the draft Constitution. And I think what that will do is allow us to focus today on the core language of the Constitution, get something passed, hopefully the best version we can. And down the road, if that gets ratified on chain, this corpus will be for reference if the CC wants to use it, and it will be much deeper in terms of our thoughts. And if it's not ratified, this corpus will be helpful for whatever process comes next. So that's what I would propose.
Thank you, Ken. I'm going to recognize Adam Rush. Do you have a microphone there? Can we use this one? There we go. Cynthia has your microphone. There we go.
So I'll use this one. Thank you. So this is something that Ken also mentioned to me last night, so I'd like to respond with two hats. First is as a observing member of a ICC committee. I would respectfully ask that maybe you consider including the interim Constitutional Committee members' submissions to this corpus that you want to put together. I think that they would also, those entities would also have, and the members of those entities would have very thoughtful things to add. And then as a member of the Drafting Ratification Working Group, we can offer you secretarial support for your chair and vice chair of delegates who want to do this work, and any of the guests that you want to invite to work with you. And we can offer you the same voting tool that was used for the constitutional workshops. I can have that up and running by lunchtime so that any of the delegates who want to stick around to run for chair and vice chair, we can pass out codes, have a sync up between Argentina and Kenya so that everybody can present themselves as a candidate for chair and vice chair of that committee, and then you can move forward with a verifiably elected structure for your discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. All right. I'm going to also quickly address any small technical corrections that are needed. I'll get to you 1 second, Jose. Small technical corrections that may be needed. There was a Telegram post to the delegate chat, the delegate logistics chat, that has a forum post for you to use. They will take any small technical corrections that you feel and take care of getting that into the draft, Joel and Danielle. So please use that forum if you have any small technical corrections. And they will present them back to you, any technical corrections that are requested. So you will have access to that. So this is, do a vote on the, let's pull, okay, let's do this. So I'm going to do my best to articulate this, and let's see where we get. The issue that we are raising is a temperature check. The memes are fire, guys. Keep them up. Keep the memes up. Let's do this. The temperature check that we are currently doing, if you vote with a green card or yes, we are voting to adopt the committee that Ken Ladd has proposed, and we are removing the definitions from Appendix 2. If you raise the red paddle or no paddle, we will be leaving the definitions in the Appendix 2, and we will continue to move forward with the definitions in Appendix 2. I will take a point of clarity here, and I'll take a point of clarity from Jose, and then we're moving to the vote, okay? So, Bastian first.
Bastian from Germany. My question would be, like, what does it mean that the definitions serve as guidance? So, because, like, if we don't have it in the Constitution, and afterwards basically decide on the definitions, we, in a way, redefine or can redefine the Constitution in itself with the definitions. So my question is, how high is the meaning of those definitions? Is it just for interpretation and it's not actual guidance? So, because it has a pretty high...
I'll recognize Adam. Go ahead, Adam.
It is always the job of the Constitutional Committee to interpret the Constitution.
Yes.
But this would be a way of you showing the original intent of the Constitution as it was adopted by the delegates when it was published. And this will always be unchanged because the hash will always be there.
Hold your applause, please. I know we're excited. Hold our applause, please. All right. And we had Jose. Is it related to this? Is a point of clarity on this issue? It is not. Well, then we have to wait. We have to wait till after the vote. Luca, do you have a point of clarity on this issue? I'll take the point of clarity.
First of all, I would like to say that the definitions are at a very strong point already. Like, they were not dragged from somewhere. They come from the foundation, so I think they are a very solid start. And second, we added things to the...
This isn't the point of clarity. I'm going to have to call you on this. This is, if you have a point of clarity, bring it up.
But now is the one coming, because we added something to the Constitution that is further defined. We voted on it yesterday. That is now further defined in the definitions. We would have to go back to that as well and vote again, because if we now vote to remove them, yesterday we added something only because we added definition. A definition.
Okay. Point taken. All right, thank you for your, that was a comment, not a point of clarity. I'm going to call, that was a comment, not a point of clarity. Yes, sir. Is it a point of clarity? It's a question on the procedure. Go ahead.
So this is just from discussions we had also with Joel. As I understood, there might be a mechanism for definitions to be included for the interpretation of the CC, and that this is quite critical to this discussion as well with regards to definitions, that everybody understands this new element where there is a mechanism by which the CC can look and reference to definitions as provided by the community.
That is correct. And I'm going to recognize Joel.
Thank you. First of all, you guys all look so well rested. It's amazing. So 2 points. One is that, again, I just want to remind folks of what we talked about before. While the notion of definitions came from the Cardano Foundation's draft, not all the definitions were relevant to our Constitution, and to the extent the definitions were, they didn't necessarily work as had been written by the CF. So we didn't simply copy and paste definitions. We had to tailor definitions to work for our Constitution. So that's just a clarification. Now, if you so decide to take the definitions out of the Constitution itself, what we can, and I would suggest you would want to do, is put clarification guidance in, along with, we have the framework that already provides some guidance. So I would suggest that you would want to add additional guidance that says that there may be external documents that are published either contemporaneously with or in the future by the community, and as long as those documents are hashed on chain, that the Constitutional Committee will be free to take those documents into consideration in their deliberations, so that we clarify that the CC is absolutely entitled to look to those companion documents and resources outside of the Constitution. And you can also specifically call out a separate definition booklet that the community is preparing, and you could also mandate that that booklet be published no later than when the Constitution is ratified on chain. So there are a number of things that you can do to tie all of this together so that you don't lose the benefit of definitions, even if they're not embedded directly in the Constitution.
Thank you, Joe. All right. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move. Is it a point of clarity that you have for the issue? It is a point of, okay, I'll take the question.
Okay, the question is, Nadi from Philadelphia. Is it possible that we vote with a placeholder in place so that we could insert them async in a couple of weeks? Since it's not going on chain, we could then amend it after the ratification and use like a delegate voting tool, something async, so that it remains in the Constitution, but then has space to be updated post.
I'm going to recognize Adam Rush.
Would it be possible? Perhaps. But the consequences of that is that you would not leave Buenos Aires with a hashed Constitution. The voting tool that was made by the Clarity team will be taking the Constitution that is agreed upon by all the delegates here today, and a hash will be created of that text, and then each person will be using their keys to vote on that hash. And then there will be a verifiable link between your votes as delegates and the hash that gets put up as a governance action for the Constitution, so that there is absolutely no doubt by the community when they look at it that this was the text that you all agreed upon. So if you wanted to circumvent that process, you could, but you would miss out on the opportunity to have that cryptographic verification.
Thank you, Adam. All right, given that point, we're going to come together now to have a temperature check. I'm going to reiterate the rules of this temperature check. If you raise the green or yes card, then you are agreeing to the proposal that Ken Ladd has of the creation of this committee that will perform a service of creating definitions that will be hashed on chain as a separate document. And we will remove the definition from the Constitution, from Appendix 2 of the Constitution. If you raise the red or no paddle, then you are saying that you want to keep the definitions in, and we will not continue forward with Ken Ladd's proposal. Please raise your paddles in 1, 2, 3.
Lloyd?
Yes, Mercy.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Before we vote over here in Nairobi,
yes,
we want to recognize a delegate from Lagos, Nigeria. Instead of Ubio, we have Mubarak.
Okay, yes, Mercy. Thank you.
I think she's just recognizing a delegate swap. I don't believe.
Is it only a delegate swap, or does this delegate have an issue to raise?
Oh, it's just a swap for the records.
Okay. Thank you, Mercy. Thank you. All right, so we will run through one more time. If you vote green card or yes, we are removing the definitions from Appendix 2, and we are enacting the definition committee that will create a corpus of documents that the Constitutional Committee will be able to use in the future. If you vote red or no, we continue with the definitions in the Constitution as they stand today. Please raise your cards in 1, 2, 3. Thank you for your opinion. I'm going to wait for the final count. Well, that's not fair. I'll witness her vote. I'm going to witness Gisella's vote. Since you did not have your paddles correctly, I will witness your vote. Yeah. So I'll clarify again for those that missed it. It's not a trick. I could have been. I should have just put one paddle at everybody. This would have made my job so much easier today, right? But we actually have two paddles. Yes on this side, and no both on this side.
People are complaining of just one sore arm, so we want to
bounce it out, both arms, so that you guys get some activity in today. Yes. Say again. Clarification. Okay. Can I get? Do we have the vote? I want to see we have the results first, and if not, I'll take it over. You know, something that seemed to work pretty well yesterday. I don't know, how are you guys, so we're taking a minute here to wait for the votes to be tallied. How do we think about it? All right. The removal of the definitions from the Appendix 2 of the Constitution has passed. At this time, seeing that we have had temperature checks that showed a tremendous majority on every single article of the Cardano Constitution, as proposed from 63 workshops, from 50 countries, from 1,400 plus people, we've come together and we have formed consensus on a document. And that consensus that we have formed, it is my honor as your chair, and with Mercy's permission, that we begin the voting ceremony for the Cardano Constitutional Convention of 2024. You have a clarification question. I'll take your clarification question.
Three clarification questions. First, yes, are we revisiting what we added only because we agreed to put further definitions into the definition in Article 4, Section 1? Because we now agreed on removing the definitions, which basically makes what we added yesterday.
We are bringing the convention to the voting ceremony. This means that you will have the opportunity to vote yes or no on the body of the text that we have done. That is where we are. That's where we stand.
Okay, then second clarification question, are we going to do a temperature check if we are ready to move to the voting?
No, actually, we have already done the temperature checks to see if we're ready. And at this point, we have a vast majority of approval. But there's a few things to do to lead up to that. Show the revised appendix. We can do that. Yeah, we're going to take, so what we can do at this time, we can take a 15, you want to do a 15-minute break? Give them time to, so what we'll do, 10-minute break. Okay, they're saying a 10-minute break. So we'll give a 10-minute break so that they can put the text up for you, so you have the opportunity to review what the final text is.
And can our AV team get a little bit of music on after yesterday? It was nice to, thank you.
I'll recognize.
Hi, Andrew from Georgia. Just point of clarification, because I don't fully understand how the progress goes. If we want to address one of the articles, how do we do that?
If there's an article that you still feel that you absolutely can't pass the Constitution because of an article, then you can have a no vote at the start of our voting ceremony, and and if a majority doesn't pass, that can be something that we can discuss about coming back to. We are at the point now. I think this may be the most critical point for everyone to understand what my job here as chair is. We have limited time remaining to pass the Constitution. We must move forward to voting. If you aren't comfortable with something in the Constitution at this point, then you'll have to vote no, and you'll have to, if we don't have a majority pass, then you'll have to raise the issue at that time, and we'll have to try to work through it until we have a majority to pass. That's where we stand right now.
Lloyd from Nairobi. Are we going on break, or are we taking questions and clarification?
Yeah, we are taking a break. We're moving to a break now, and we're going to do a 10-minute break so that the team can put the presentation up of what it is that we are changing in Appendix 2, so that is clear. And once that is clear, we are moving into the voting ceremony.
We now have that text.
And we have a reminder that we wanted to make sure our friends in Nairobi could hear that we are returning in the next couple of minutes to give them time. They may not have heard the break time before, so apologies for that, and thank you for returning.
Alternates, please return to your seats as well. Observers, if you need to continue conversations, please do so outside. Ask that folks please return to your seats. We have the text ready.
Clarify that if they need clarity on that. If they ask for clarity on that, I can. I have talked to delegates. Yep.
Delegates, please return to your seats. We have the text ready to go here. All right, I see our last delegates coming in. Please quickly return to your seats so we can get back underway. Alternates as well, observers, either take a seat or please take your conversation outside so we can get back and going. Say we get back underway, and then the last few folks will file in because it's just discussion.
All right, let's get back underway.
I think you're good. I think you're good. You're good.
All right.
So now definitions are not going to be so fixed.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. All right, so we're going to start with a quick moment. I'm going to let you guys understand where I was coming from a minute ago. We have worked through the document and we need to move to the voting ceremony. But I may not have given enough clarity as to what that meant. And so I'm going to apologize. I'm sorry for that. I recognize that there are still some concerns and discussions. We need to see some text. We need to do a few things, so that's what we're going to do now. There were some hands that were raised that were trying to raise something, and Gianluca, who I'm going to start with, we'll recognize him first, and then we'll continue to recognize Rodrigo as well, because we are continuing discussion. But we are in that process now. We're moving toward where we must just line up on this is the text. And the more small individual elements we bring up now, the more we risk losing our consensus. And my job is to keep our consensus that we have worked so hard to reach. So first I'm going to recognize Gianluca.
Thank you. I think it might be a small detail, but I think, like I said before, the delegates voted on putting operation back into the Article 4, Section 1, if it's further defined. So I would propose to define it in that section directly. I mean, I have something written down. I won't read it out. I'm happy to. I forwarded it to Danielle already, so I would just like a temperature check if we can then further define it in that section. And I would also like to then propose that we clarify on how we get definitions in some way attached to the Constitution, because I think at least, I don't like that we voted to put the definitions in, said yes, and then voting on getting them out again, vote yes, and now we're not even discussing a companion document, so I think that's the least that we should do.
If you'll look on the screen, the text that you've just requested is actually on the screen, Luca. The other guidance section, this is what Appendix 2, this is what we needed to go to break for. This is what Appendix 2 will look like. The framing notes will not change, but you see the other guidance text that is here. So we're going to continue to take questions. I would like to keep the questions to this item here, or to items that directly relate to definitions and changes that it would require throughout the Constitution for definitions at this time. Okay? So you got that one, Nathan? Is that a close? Hard to say. Okay. Let's recognize Nathan first, and then I'll go right back here. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Nathan from Perth, Western Australia. Again, I'm not 100% sure if this meets exactly those criteria, but I ask the fellow delegates that we consider this document that we have created. Do we see a chance for an attack that is going to put our ecosystem at risk at this current point? Or do we believe that after all of this hard work and effort, that this document puts us into a place where we're comfortable that our constitutional committee that was elected and all of this work that we've put in has been for a good reason, and that our constitutional committee can use this document that we've crafted, created meticulously, pulled apart, put back together, rather than focus on semantics, let's focus on the fact that we have an elected group of people that can use this document, and we can make accompanying documents to support translation, can support definitions, can support these finer semantics. I think ultimately this is a powerful thing that we can do, and we can continue to work together strong as a community. And I do not think, I'm not going to provide bias, but just consider, are we in a place with this current situation that we're at a risk of attack, that our ecosystem is unsafe, or is our document that has been meticulously crafted going to give our constitutional committee the power and the stability and the structure that they need to do their job effectively, to keep our ecosystem driving forward, and we all succeed and uplift each other together. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Back here. Jose next. You're next. Number 3. 3.
There we go.
There we go. Okay.
Hi, everybody. Rodrigo from San Diego. And because the chair has moved us towards voting, it's a point of procedure mainly. Plenty of the delegates and alternates in the room would like a temperature check to verify whether we should move the voting percentage to a 2/3 majority because of the lack of clarity based on language concerns, differences in the room. I think a 2/3 majority would set a higher precedent for understanding what is on these documents. 50% minority or simple majority has ushered us through a lot of sections that we had concerns about, but we did not go back to because majority in the room voted for them. So this is a temperature check to raise the voting threshold to a 2/3 majority.
Okay, thank you, Rodrigo. And we pass to Jose. I will address that, but we'll go to Jose. Go ahead. Give me your I'll take your comment. I'll take your comment, Jose. You're welcome. I'll take your comment, Jose, whatever it is. Go ahead.
So my question was related toward, or my concern was related towards Article 4. We don't set a limit on what the net change limit could be. The D-reps could technically vote a net change limit equal to the amount of the Treasury. I would like to request that we set the net change limit to a cap of the number of transactions and Treasury reports produced within that 73 epoch fiscal year that we defined. That's pretty much it.
All right, thank you, Jose. I'll address it. I can tell you that the issue is that the net change limit is not an on-chain parameter that can be modified. It is something that is used for the CC and the DREPs to determine if it would be constitutional or correct. So it's not something that has a protocol parameter associated with it at this time.
Okay, so we can't define within the Constitution a cap for it?
That's right, because there's no way to constrain it, because it has to be a decision made by the DREPs and the CC based on guidance.
I thought that we could calculate Treasury rewards and transaction fees per year and set that as a cap.
Not the way it's written currently. Not the way the guardrails are written currently. It requires just a simple number over a period of time. So that would require a guardrail change, which, as we've discussed previously, a guardrail change would have to go through that process with the guardrail working groups.
My concern is just, can you answer my question where it's, can they technically then request the entire Treasury as a net change limit?
They could, but the DREPs could also vote that down. The DREPs they would have to coordinate to say that the entire Treasury is open.
Well, anybody can be a DREP, so that was my concern. I just want to make everybody understand that.
Yeah, thank you for raising the concern. Now, so Rodrigo, on the point that you're raising there, the majorities were never simple majorities. We were not looking for simple majorities to move forward. These numbers were in 70s and 80s and very high percentage majorities. These were not simple majorities in all of the issues today. That's the data we're working from today. Has been consistent, by the way, since throughout this entire process, where we've been 75% plus on approvals on the document, even before the work we put in today. I'll recognize you again.
If that's the case, then there should be no concern running this vote and guaranteeing that everybody in the room has understood, and there will be a majority of voters that issue higher than 50% if that is the case.
Thank you. We got this one here. Go ahead.
I'm glad to see that there's going to be this added to the Constitution for the other guidance. The only point I have on this is, given the importance and how many delegates feel the need to be able to reference documentation, that we might want to move this up from the appendix to section 3, to Article 3, section 7, so it would be a new section. That would also give more viability to any of the info actions that take place to ratify, for example, the definitions as were discussed. And secondly, we are getting close to a place where we can ratify this Constitution, and I'm very excited to get that passed with everybody.
Thank you, Max.
Lloyd, we have a few delegates in Nairobi.
Okay. And after that, I see Cash, and I got two more here after, but we'll go to Nairobi first, Mercy. Gotcha.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to recognize Maureen from Douala.
Thank you. So my worry is not directly related to this particular issue we are discussing, but I think it's related to the Constitution in general, which has to do with the fact that some issues were raised at the beginning, such as adding a tenet. I think Mark from London raised the part about adding a tenet or an article for decentralization, which is actually a very pressing issue in my community, because it's part of the reason why some people are in Argentina and others are in Nairobi. So I'm getting a little bit of pushback from my community right now, and I wouldn't want to vote no, but I would like to know if this is going to be part of our future work stream. And if that is the case, we would like to have some assurance, maybe some kind of budget set aside for that, because it's a very important problem that I feel we need to solve before Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Maureen. That's very valuable feedback. Thank you.
Mercy, may I recognize Adam Rush to directly address her concern?
Yes.
All right. Adam's
Yes.
right over there.
And then we will have Darlington.
Thank you.
There we go. Thank you so much for bringing up that concern. Decentralization is almost like a meta tenant because as a tenant, as a concept, it is woven throughout all the tenants. And it's so hard to capture in just one of those things that I think that this would be a perfect way for us to put it in the companion documents as expressing that it bears with all of them. And so I think that it could be a way that we could make sure that that is understood for the future without having to reopen the tenants themselves.
Thank you, Adam. All right, we have.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mercy.
Adam, can you be a little clearer? I think it wasn't quite understood over here.
Aistine, go ahead. Aistine's going to try to add additional clarity.
Hello, Aistine Hansen, Civics Committee and the Drafting Working Group. This is a really core issue for me personally as well. I also care deeply about decentralization. You also heard Jose talk about how resilience permeates all of the Constitution itself. I fought strongly for this. I wanted to have a principle of resilience because decentralization, if it's just 3,000 nodes on the same AWS infrastructure, it's decentralized in terms of numbers, but it's not resilient. It's just a single actor. You can shut it down. I really think we should have this clarified in the supporting document, and it should be part of the official working stream as well. I think that will make us resolve this, and hopefully you will agree to that. And I just wanted to know that this is something many in the Civics Committee care deeply about as well.
Thank you, Aistine. And Mercy, I can tell you, I know there is work underway to create a sign-up to continue those future work streams so that there could be meetings that people can sign up to be a part of all of these future work streams. I believe, Danielle, there are about 30 future work streams that are tracked right now, 30-ish. And a list of all of them have been provided to all the delegates and alternates via the logistics channel. So you guys have that list of future work streams. So you can verify that your concerns are on that future work stream. Mercy, you have another hand raised in Nairobi, I believe.
We do indeed. We have Darlington, Nairobi.
Thank you, Mercy. I think someone mentioned it earlier that we skipped 2 or 3 important discussions on the premise that it was going to be addressed in a definition. So it feels like a bit and switch. Now, I know we have those numbers, Lloyd, that you said, this overwhelming majority. I support the notion that the clarity vote should be moved to a 2/3 majority if we are moving forward. And then the numbers should be published maybe into the Telegram channel so we can verify and not trust before we vote. And then I haven't seen budget items in 2025 for future work streams of the budget that's been proposed so far. So that will also make my community feel like we're closer to a vote.
Thank you very much, Darlington.
I believe there is money in the civics budget for supporting this kind of work. I've seen the budget, so there is money in the budget to start supporting those pieces. So come to a budget AMA. We have them every week. All right, Mercy, do you have another?
Is there maybe to assure? Is there a way that we can publicize that somehow? Like promise to publicize. Obviously not right now, but maybe we can put that in I don't know, the Telegram chat or something like that?
It's actually, there is an AMA that the Civics Committee did with me a couple weeks back. It's already on YouTube. So that's what I'm saying. It's literally, I know it's there. So you guys will be able to, it's no trust. It's there in the, it's there on YouTube. So do you have an additional question, Mercy, in Nairobi or concern?
I think we are good over here for now. If anything comes up, we'll let you know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mercy. And we had several more hands here in the area. I can recognize Patrick. Come forward with Patrick.
Thank you. So, because we yesterday changed the budget process a little bit from one aggregated budget to the option of having multiple budgets, it's very unclear for me right now what the net change limit is and where it is defined and how it is working in general. Is the net change limit simply the sum of all the multiple budgets? Or do we have to propose it somewhere? What is it? Can someone please clarify this for me?
Over here.
Let's go to Joel.
That's a great question. So the way it works is based upon treasury withdrawals. So anytime there is a proposed actual withdrawal from the treasury, there's an absolute requirement that that withdrawal cannot cause the net change limit to be breached. So it gets monitored every time somebody's trying to take money out of the treasury.
And for further clarification, the net change limit must be set first. Once there is a net change limit, you can set a budget. Once you have a budget, you can make a withdrawal.
So, don't want to overdo this one, but it's in the guardrails around the treasury withdrawals, if you want to go read the text.
Yep. All right. We'll come to Angie. Go to Zach next. Oh.
Hello again, Angie from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Two key points I'd like to share. First of all, we are in full support of the suggestion from Maureen of Cameroon and the decentralization working group and bringing that forward. Secondly, can I please ask for clarity on the process of the voting ceremony? For context, in our itinerary we have 2 other breakout sessions that say we have discussion and voting, and yet I get a sense that we're heading towards the vote whether we ratify or not. And it's not clear whether those sessions are going to be, we're going to get the chance to have those discussions or not. So can you clarify that just to maybe release some tension in the room with the clarity?
Certainly, Angie, thank you. So the process would be we would take a vote and see where we're at. If there needs to be further discussion, if we're not happy as a room that we could go further, we can get to a higher number, let's have another vote. Let's do that together. That's what this process is. It is now narrowing us down to, we've got the full text. If we have an issue that's a showstopper, can we bring that issue to consensus in the room? If we can do that, then we get to a higher number. That's the goal. The goal is not to shove this through at 51%. No one wants that. We want to get to consensus. We've been working toward consensus this entire time. And yes, when I tell you the numbers of the hands that were raised were in the 70s and 80s, that's where they were. One was in 90. Okay, we're getting there. That's the goal, that's the job. So I'm trying to get us there together. Thank you, Angie.
Thank you. William Doyle from the Toronto Workshop. I have something to read for you. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. It sounds nice. This is the slogan popularized by Charles Marx, the founder of communism. Equitably is the idea that we should strive for the equality of outcome. Now, if you look at Article 1, Section 1, Tenet 9, the first sentence, it calls, well, I'll just read it for you. All users of the blockchain, of the Cardano blockchain, shall be treated equitably. To me, equitably is synonymous with communism.
Please hold your applause.
I would also like to point out the way we arrived at this term is inconsistent with the way that we arrived at every other decision. Every other decision was put to a binary vote, yes or no. When we voted on the terminology, I believe it was originally equally. When we voted on the terminology to replace that term, we were presented with 4 options: equally, fairly, impartially, and equitably. I propose that we revisit this vote, this decision, with either a ranked choice voting system, or we go through a couple of rounds of voting to eliminate the least popular options and get down to a binary choice.
Thank you. Thank you. Please hold your applause. I'd like to give everybody their time, so please hold your applause so they can continue speaking. Thank you. Okay. The only reason I'm asking to hold the applause, guys, I really just want to get everyone's voice heard. So let's make sure we're doing that. I was next recognizing Cash, Zach.
I'm not going to use a whole lot of time. I was going to bring up the same point and propose a revote because it was not correct.
Fair. Thank you. All right. Let's go here in the back, and I'm coming to you next, Bastian. So right there in the back, and then Bastian next, and then Ken.
Cameron from Vancouver, Canada. Just on the same point, when the vote was concluded, equitably didn't receive 51% of the vote. It was short of that, and so that's why we're really bringing this up.
Very fair. Thank you, guys. I appreciate. We will address that, so that if this is what you're speaking on, we are going to address that. I appreciate everyone's concern on this. We will address it.
I also want to speak about the same topic. So far, we have been discussing 2 articles at this Constitutional Convention, and I would like to ask the chair to tell the delegates the result of the temperature check of yesterday, when we had the temperature check regarding Article 1. I think I'm speaking for a lot of delegates that want to revisit the tenets, basically, but we need to have further discussions, and particularly regarding this point.
Thank you, Bastian. Okay. All right, and next we're going to Ken Ladd in the back.
I hope to bring attention to 2 hopefully uncontroversial things for us to look at, and it's just about clarity and reducing attack vectors. So the first one would be Article 3, Section 4. It's the last sentence. It reads, info action, well, I guess that should be actions, maybe. There's another one. Info action may also be used to seek approval for proposed Cardano blockchain budgets and Cardano blockchain treasury withdrawals. The and there, if you take away the first, the thing before the and, you get info action may also be used to seek approval for Cardano blockchain treasury withdrawals. It seems to me like the specific governance action that pertains to treasury withdrawals is the info action that is used to seek approval for those. So just some clarity on that.
May I, Ken, on that point?
Please, thank you.
A number of
one more
people,
after.
another number of people have reached out to us to make a technical correction there. So we're working on revised language. So we've heard that from a number of people. So we'll come back to you with corrected language.
Thank you so much. And
Thank you, Joel.
real quick, the second one, Article 6, Section 2. It is actually the second to last line, and it's this phrase, security critical parameters. So this is something the community has brought up a number of times. SPOs need to know which parameters they vote on for updating parameters. So what I would propose is we replace security critical parameters with the exact language used in Guardrail 2.1 that says parameters that are critical to the operation of the blockchain, and even reference that. I think that would add clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. And those do both fall under those kinds of technical concerns that we had. We got 2 hands over here, right there, and then right here, okay?
So, Article 1, Section 2 cites the Cardano blockchain shall operate in accordance with the guardrails. and later sites in the event there are inconsistencies between the guardrails set forth in the Cardano blockchain guardrails appendix and any such guardrail that has been programmed and implemented on the Cardano blockchain. The version of the guardrail that has been deployed directly on the Cardano blockchain shall prevail unless an until replaced and revised pursuant to an on-chain governance action. It is clear in section 2 that the guardrails have the precedence over the constitution that we are approving and that we have been allowed to discuss. Obviously, the guardrails require some important knowledge on what those guardrails are, why are there. There are some, I would say, minimal requirement to discuss those guardrails, one of which would be the rationale that is public on why those guardrails are proposed in the first place. So what I'm asking, there is obviously not enough time to go through the entire rationale to have the bare minimum to discuss it. So what I'm asking is, will there be a future work stream and possibly with high urgency, since this is what, as a community, we are agreeing to discuss and further understand what these guardrails that have higher priority, what are we agreeing to?
Thank you, Michelle. Danielle, on that, the future work streams, do they include something for continuing the Treasury, all of the guardrail discussion that happens with the protocol parameters?
Yeah, thanks, Lloyd. Of course. And this is something that happened a bit more informally this year, where we directed all the questions we got from delegates or from the community to the parameters committee. So that has been in process throughout this in parallel, but it can be a future work stream.
Thank you, Danielle. And Lee will be next.
Buenos dias. I'm Malik from Liberia. I would like to share a thought with you concerning equitably, equally. I'm not a native speaker, but I think I'm the only African delegate here because I have the chance to have another nationality also. But when we look at us here and my other Africans colleagues in Nairobi, you think, and this is mainly for native speakers, are we treated equally or equitably? Thank you.
Thank you.
Lloyd, we have two questions over in Nairobi.
Questions in Nairobi, and then we'll come back. We'll go to Nairobi and come back to Lee next, and then here. Okay, we've got it right there. All right, so Mercy, over to you.
Okay. Hi, Dr. Malik. Nice to see you. We are missing you here. Okay, so I am recognizing Nathan from Manila, Philippines.
Hi, good morning to everyone there. I'm going to try to be very diplomatic about this. I will speak up for some of the people in this room and some of the people in your room that have been on me with DMs. I feel that a lot of you and a lot of us here have lost sight of the goal of working together to make this conversation and this constitutional convention work. As the day drags on, it seems to be like becomes about me, it becomes about, oh, I feel this, I feel this. The same people seem to have their hands up over and over again, and we are arguing semantics that many of us here, English isn't even our first language. So I feel we've lost the point of this, where we're supposed to work together, trying to create this more or less constitution that has the heart of the community, the heart of the Cardano community, and what we want. We're getting lost in semantics, we're getting lost in arguments, in technical details, and I feel like everybody is getting dragged down and getting quite annoyed at the fact that we're not working together anymore. It's becoming a very individual discussion about how people feel and how they feel bad about this. Personally, I also have a lot of things I am not happy about, but in my room, I read the room and I realize, you know what? The group as a whole will benefit from me simply agreeing with this rather than my personal decisions. And I wish everybody else there can just feel the same way and understand why we are here. Because at the end of the day, even if this passes, or if this does not pass, we still need the SPOs, we need the delegates, we need the rest of the community to say yes to this. So overall, our individual power, our individual needs are not that important. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that reminder.
Thank you very much, Nathan. Should we go to the next speaker, or do we?
Yes,
Okay,
Marcy,
so
go ahead.
I will recognize Mohammed. Mohammed is from Tamale in Ghana.
Okay, thank you very much, Mercy. It's obvious that a lot of us as delegates still have a lot of concerns to raise, but we cannot really get everything done at this stage. Quoting from Mr. Charles' address yesterday, he said this is it's a process of progress and not a process of perfection. So we cannot really capture everything at this stage. We have concerns, all right, and we've had a series of delegate workshops since July. And I mean, just Nathan has just done speaking, and if we want to bring individual concerns and community concerns, although we are representing communities, but this could be included in the future work streams that can be addressed later. What I have to raise now is that we want to have a fully decentralized Cardano ecosystem for everyone. And quoting from Mr. Charles' address yesterday, he said, we want Cardano to, like, the world to run on Cardano. And for the world to run on Cardano, we need everyone in the world to be involved. So we need to make this constitution very inclusive for everyone. What I'm trying to learn at is that I am a Cardano ambassador in charge of meetups. So, and one of my meetups, I observed that we had a lot of participants. About 60% of the participants were the persons living with disabilities, and the disability was deaf and dumb. So how are we going to interpret this constitution to the deaf and dumb community members of the Cardano ecosystem in my community, Tamale? Are we going to have some visuals or like, interpreters of sign language to interpret this constitution to them? If we have that plan in place, we should possibly let the people know, or let's say, give me that assurance so I can announce to my community, if I get back and I organize a Cardano meetup, they come. So now, whenever we are organizing a meetup, we check our registration sheet, we find out if we have deaf and dumb people attending, we make sure we hire an interpreter to come in and interpret the sign language. Whatever we are educating our Cardano, they interpret to them. Because they take us on. We want inclusivity now. Non-profits, NGOs are now pushing for this thing. And so we need to also carry the PWDs along. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's time. Thank you very much. Danielle,
Thank you very much, Mohammed.
Danielle, can we ensure there's a future workflow in our document that states assistance that is for people who are blind or deaf, the ability to, it's an accessibility would be, I think the appropriate word, is an accessibility workflow. I can recognize Aistine.
Thank you for raising this. Again, Eastern House and Civics Working Group of the drafting. I also am working in the supporting working group for governance, and we have a budget item for exactly this, and I want to give you clarity that I will personally be following this up. It's really important for me that this constitution is a living document that's accessible for as many people as possible. So thank you again for raising this issue. I assure you it's being worked on.
Thank you, Aistine. Adam?
Yeah, I wanted to also say, I grew up, my father is visually impaired, so I've grown up knowing the importance of accessibility, and I'm so glad that there are members of our community who care about that, are passionate about that, and want to bring that to the world. I also want to thank everyone in Kenya and everyone here who have been bringing up these important points. And just reiterate, this is only the beginning of the process. We have to get through this, and we are getting through this. And Danielle was sitting here feverishly taking notes. Like, I'm feeling heat come off her keyboard sitting next to her, because these things are going to be typed up and revisited for you all, okay? So I want to make sure you know that. These are not going into a black hole. These will be presented to you again after our breaks, okay?
All right.
And I real quick also just want to recognize Sam Leathers, who wanted to speak also about what he's doing.
What does Sam need to be recognized for?
Hi, folks. So I've heard some concerns about the guardrails. I just want to open up lunch table. Anyone that wants to join me and Johnny Kelly, we'd be happy to go over any guardrails with you and take any feedback to the Parameter Committee and the TSC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. Sam's doing the good work there. All right, I'm going to recognize Lee, and then...
Thank you. I'm going to be very quick. This just goes back to the vote over equitable. When we hold the vote prior to the vote and during the vote, could you please put the definition of each word on the screen for non-native English speakers? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's come over here. We've got two right here next to each other, so we'll recognize each one.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a comment on what we're doing here. So on the threshold, to have the higher threshold for saying yes to the Constitution, I just want to emphasize like what we're actually doing here. So if we compare us to the mainstream constitutions, what we have seen in the world until this day is usually 51%, right? And there are not so numerous options which are over 70% threshold. If we can do that over 70%, we're gonna do a huge history, not only for crypto people, but also the mainstream people. I just wanted to emphasize on that.
Thank you.
Martin here, delegate from Bulgaria. So I want to address 2 points. One is about what Jose said about the net change limit. So I think we can maybe consider to have this as a threshold to be not more than 25% of the total. So just another layer of security. And the second thing is about the decentralization tenet that was proposed. So I think in the future workstream, probably we can think of adding the EDI index in the Constitution and have a percentage from this EDI index, whatever that is, and when it's ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Go right here to Luca.
Just one comment in the opposite direction for raising the votes. I think we have to remind ourselves that we want to get a constitution out of this event. And even if we do with 51%, I would love to see 70, 80%, and I think we can do it. I think we can actually do it. But I wouldn't raise it because in the end, we're going to vote on chain anyway. Like, I think our primary goal should be to get a constitution out of this event, vote for it, get a majority, and then let the chain decide.
Thank you, Luca. I'll recognize Jose.
Hi, Jose de Gamboa from the Drafting Work Group and Civics Committee. Just a small clarification on the net change concept. Yeah. So this has been discussed since the beginning of the whole concept of how do we protect the treasury and how do we use it well, and how do we actually have a philosophical stance on should we spend fast and really make sure that if Cardano is going to make it or not, it's not because we didn't spend the resources we had at the time we needed to, or do we have a sovereign fund that lasts forever because we're guaranteeing that's going to... So kind of from that approach, the net change limit was proposed as a concept that in no period of time, and we have to define what that time is, at the, initially and in the interim constitution, it's a 12 epoch time limit, and there's a percentage in which that can change. But that it's only been proposed as a guardrail, and the actual values will need to be established by the Parameter Committee and by the community, and the jurors will need to ratify it. So it's open to be changed, but it is there as a core feature to protect, even before we come to the budget process, that we spend, because this also has a macroeconomic effect. So how fast do we put new tokens into the economy, right? So it has an effect. That's just some considerations, because we might get into that conversation after we ratify that it's there.
Thank you, Jose. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Gisela Rosa from Puerto Rico.
Lloyd.
I'm sorry?
Mercy, one moment. We have recognized Gisela on the stage, and then I'll come back to you if that's okay. Thank you, Mercy. Gisela, continue.
Thank you. The first thing I want to say is that slow and steady wins the race. Has always been a guiding philosophy of the Cardano blockchain. Thanks to this approach, we now have some of the best technology out there. So keep this in mind and on the future. Yesterday, a few delegates approached me expressing confusion about the way certain questions were framed. Currently, the Constitution allows from the centralization of resources under a single entity. For example, in Article 4, Section 2, the last sentence states, designated one or more administrators. Many delegates thought they were voting to change this to including designating more than one administrator. This change will aim to prevent the centralization of resources. However, due to the way the question was phrased, some delegates were confused. So I propose doing a temperature check to see if delegates indeed want to prevent possibility of centralizing and funneling an entire year's budget to a single entity and potential add this edit to the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Gisela.
Nadia from Philadelphia. I just want to comment on the temperature check that we did this morning where we decided about not having the definitions in the Constitution. I want to just comment that how we proposed that made us choose that they either would be or wouldn't be. Perhaps that is the question. Perhaps the question is, should they be in the Constitution or not? That's what we originally talked about. And then as a follow-up, what is the outcome of that? I'm certainly personally in support of what has been proposed as far as a working group, but perhaps on the other side of that decision is the question of then how does that work? I'll just put this technical suggestion to the floor that is beyond me, so I'm just going to read it, that we could have some kind of a temperature check on the inserting of the definitions directly into the Constitution after the committee defining them finishes, using an async signing method of delegates for the final ratification while ratifying the rest of the Constitution today. So the suggestion being, could we do a temperature check on whether or not the definitions should belong in the Constitution, and then from there make that decision so that we don't create too many outcomes by that check.
Thank you, Gisela. We'll go to Jose. Then I'm going to come back to Mercy after Jose, because Mercy had raised.
Yeah, I just want a point of clarification in reference to what she was mentioning. When you guys say create a working group or create a committee, would that have to go through the same election process that other members of Intersect had to go to? Because if we're electing chairs and co-chairs today with only, I believe, 68 people from the community, I don't think that is fair to the rest of the community.
I'm going to recognize Adam Rush.
The proposal was make a committee of delegates. So the committee would be of the delegates and the traveling alternates, and if you wish to include them, members of the interim constitutional committee. So it would be a committee of this body, which has already been selected.
All right. Now, Mercy, you requested, so I'm going to turn it over to Nairobi now.
Okay, so I'm going to recognize Ubio. He's the delegate from Lagos, Nigeria.
Okay, yeah, I just want to comment on this equitable issue that keeps coming up. One thing in argument is when we want to make a statement, we most times build a precedent and build a case out of that precedent that we've already established as a fact. So in bringing up this argument, the person said that equitable means equality of outcomes. I had to spend the last 30 minutes trying to check if equitable actually equals to equality of outcomes, and I checked out, all my research says no. And I would like us to also fact check that, right? But the context of that statement is to say that if we already have a precedent that is wrong, then we cannot build an argument on opinion on a wrong precedent. But even if that were to be true, most people that are non-English speakers actually had a conversation on this issue. We had a long conversation, and we all felt that equitable makes us feel more engaged with the Constitution. I think it's somehow hearing the conversation that we want to revisit it again. It now makes it feel that, so if you're going to revisit the conversation, are we going to also revisit every other conversation that we've had, that we voted on, that maybe had non-polar, that we had to choose between 2 or 3 other options? Are we not going through a cycle of repeating itself again and again? We must understand one thing. We are not here to satisfy any one person or any group of persons. We are here that at the end of this conversation, no one person will feel satisfied, but everybody will feel satisfied at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ubio.
Thank you very much, Ubio. Lloyd, are you able to recognize me very briefly as a member of the drafting committee, working group?
Yes, Mercy.
I have very brief comments to make.
I'll be happy to recognize you in that capacity. And also I'll say that after that comment, let's move to a break, and we'll take a 15-minute break following your comment, Mercy.
Yes, so I do want to borrow a little bit the sentiment that Nathan expressed earlier on. And as Jose said, there were a lot of thinking, a lot of feeling and so on when we were trying to put together the initial constitution. At the end of the day, what happened was that we all compromised. I'm going to share some statistics. I'm giving full credit to Kavinda in terms of actually even reading the room, and back to what Mohammed said in terms of it's a process. You know, we are getting somewhere. We don't have it perfect at this point, but we have 16 delegates over here in this room, 17 altogether representing Africa, South Asia, and Southwest Asia. Altogether, the total population of that is more than half the population of the world. So that's more than 4 billion that is represented over here in Nairobi. So if we really want Cardano to be the blockchain of the world, let's read the room in terms of where adoption could likely come from. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mercy. Thank you for that reminder. And I would like to call a break at this time. We're going to take a 15-minute break, everyone. Please enjoy. Thank you.
So please be back in the room promptly at 55 after the hour. Same thing in Nairobi, 55 after the hour.
All right, thank you.
your seats. Alternates, please take your seats. Observers, please take your seats. Okay, we are going to get back underway. Again, observers, please take conversations outside. Thank you all for your patience here. The work of democracy takes longer sometimes than planned, and part of that is drafting text. And so we appreciate your patience with sometimes a little bit longer breaks than planned because we're furiously getting text in so you can see it. All right. So thank you for your patience there. I'm going to turn it back over to Lloyd here in a minute. I want to make sure Nairobi is on. Nairobi is on. Thank you, Nairobi, for your patience as well. Lloyd, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Eric. All right. So it was very clear that we have one very important issue to everyone in the room, and that was this term that needed to be discussed again. So what I would like to do is during the break we spent some time, and there's a slide with some definitions, and we have Cynthia, who is I'll recognize as a subject matter expert, to share the slides. Do we have your slide with definitions, Cynthia?
Good morning, good afternoon. Jambo to those over in Kenya, and Ola for people here. So if you haven't met me, I'm Cynthia Yang. I'm the head of Regulatory and Government Affairs over IO. I'm here to take you on a journey about words. So as you can see here on the temperature check, you'll notice that the slide has 3 temperature checks. And the words in which were discussed a couple days ago and will be discussed today are in bold. The definitions are the dictionary definitions, which are kind of put underneath, as you can see. I'm not going to read them all because I'm sure you can read them, but you'll notice that they are not distant cousins to one another when you look at it from a clinical perspective. The definitions are so closely practically live on the same block. Okay, so if you look at it, the achievement, if you're thinking from fairness or impartiality, non-bias, they all import that meaning within it. But I do want to say, for an example, I remember watching my nephew play soccer or football in this country. Pardon me, my Americanism is showing. But I remember the ref pulled a red card, and my nephew came off crying, and he's like, "That was unfair." And there's something fundamental about fairness. And in essence, when you really look at equitably or impartiality, it is on the building block of all those words is about fairness. It is the one word that is closest to the sun of justice. So there is an extraordinary common sense about fairness in the other 2 words. So to achieve the purpose that we've been talking about these last couple of days, all these words are fine in its meaning, but I do want to say that fairness in itself is probably, in its most compact form, the most powerful word out of all of them, okay, to achieve that kind of sense of justice and equality. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. All right. Equally is the fourth term. These were the top 3 from the temperature check. So from the temperature check, the lowest was equally. It was nowhere near. But I believe, to Bastian's point, the other 2 were actually very close. We had one that was the most, and then these 2 were the next closest. So Okay, let's see. I can recognize it for point of clarity. Yep, certainly.
Thank you. Rodrigo again, here back to the point about how we'll vote here and the request for a 2/3 majority. I also see that the word equal was removed. That is great. I'd like to give a direct example of what's happening in this room as a focus on the term equity. I don't believe the term equity should have gone into the document myself. However, I think equity is what we're striving for in this room as we appreciate the rich diversity of language and culture that exists in the Cardano community, which is its strength, but is also a point that has slowed us down. And so I think here the idea would be a 2/3 majority vote on even something like this would establish clarity of understanding. And so equity is what we're trying to achieve in here, as we all understand the terms, really can move forward with what's being said, but that would require that someone else stand up to say it in the language that I am not dominant in. So I can say it in English, I can say it in Spanish, someone else would have to say it in their native tongue so that it can be part of their constituents and well represented. That is the goal of equity. So, you know, the whole idea that equity is communism is a misinterpretation. It's a rhetorical, right? Language, again, is a sharp sword that cuts two ways. So let me just say again, equity is the goal in this room.
Thank you. Please hold.
Language is the thing that has divided us in this moment. So we want equity of outcome as far as understanding. That is all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Over here.
Yes, I would ask also to include equally, mainly because when the vote was performed, yes, it was the lowest, but none of these four terms reached 50%. So it's plausible that if we get to a binary, one will pass to the lowest.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Equally was the absolute lowest at 11%.
11%. Okay, Angie, let's go to Angie. Thank you.
Slight adjacent tangent along this discussion point that we're on at the moment, something that hasn't been brought up but I feel needs to be, is a future work stream looking at constitution delegate representation in order to address some of the fairness, equality and partiality that we're addressing right now. And if I can provide some context as to what I mean. From our discussions, our future work streams is going to be critical for ongoing amendments required for our constitution to address the things we need to, should we agree on it today. My concern is that our constitution, delegates who are, and alternates, and potentially the ICC who may be leading out this work, what happens if we choose to opt out from the future work streams? That's potential communities completely left out from the conversation. How do we include communities who are not currently represented in the room? Up to this point, our role has been clear. However, there's no clear process going forward. So what I'd like to request, and maybe perhaps a follow-on temp check after we get through this very critical discussion point, is that we please do, one, to see as a group, as a delegation group, can we please do a temp check that we request that a constitution delegation representation workstream is created, and we're tasked to look at how a new constitution delegate's elected, how do we remove ourselves from our positions as well, because there is context we hold that should be passed on to those coming into the space following you. We need dispute resolution to ensure that all voices are heard, not just the loudest in the room, and a transparent process for community engagement that's not a homogenized process, but one that is localized and community specific and could be part of the election process should we choose. I understand I'm projecting, but that's what I wanted to put on the floor today.
Thank you, Angie. All right, to that point, very simply, Danielle, is there a future workflow stream that would accommodate that now? You're typing it now, because that is an, Angie, if I may, that is an inclusive process that is simply open to being added. There's no need for a temperature check. That's simply going to be a future workflow, just like that. Okay? All right. I'll go to Nori. We're going to go right down the line here. We'll go Nori, Bastian, and Jorge.
I just want to be thankful for the temperature check and the actual definitions here. I think it's very helpful. And what I'm noticing here is the word equitably in a fair and impartial manner has fair and impartial in the description, which covers 2 and 3. And I also recognize that the word equitable is a charged word, especially in North American politics. And if we can replace it with in a fair and impartial manner, that includes all 3 into one thing, and maybe we can get consensus there.
Bastian.
It's a new idea, but I think it's a great idea. Just want to say that. I wanted to make a point on congruency, because in Tenet 4 of the Constitution, it's about the reward sharing with DREPs, the CC, and the SBOs. And there we have the word fairly. And if we don't use the same word, I think it's going to be hard for the CC to basically judge on how it should be, basically, or judge on proposals. Yeah, and I think at the same time, at least from my feeling, equitably is the most political term, I would say. And as we striving for a neutral infrastructure for the entire world to facilitate the financial, social, and economic systems of the world, I think we should not introduce at the base layer such a political term, but rather stick, because of congruency and the less loaded, to the term fairly. Yes.
Thank you, Bastian. Jorge, yes. Jorge's next. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, George from Spain. What I want to share with you is a concept very interesting for me. I hope it could be for you too. It's about 3 words we have from another revolution, the French Revolution. That three words are freedom, equality, and fraternity. Each of these words is very important to have the correct scope. More than the definition is the scope. Because if we use equality for economy, it's wrong, it's communism. But if you use equality for laws, then it works. Equality used to be for laws. And freedom for cultural. If we are equal in cultural, it doesn't work too. So freedom for cultural, equality for laws, and fraternity for economy. That's the more difficult thing, maybe. But it's very interesting for me. I think we have to use it to take it in account. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. All right. Okay, so we have these 3 options on this. Okay, go ahead, one more, and then we're going to start moving forward. Thank you, Martin.
I suggest that we add temp check number 4 with in a fair and impartial manner, what Nori said. I second this, and go to vote.
All right.
That's my suggestion.
As the chair, and I'll ask if it's okay in Nairobi. Mercy, if you don't mind on this, I'll make sure this is okay with you as well. I will move to do a single temperature check for replacing equitably with fairly and impartially together. Which would be all users of the Cardano blockchain shall be treated fairly and impartially, taking into account the collective desires of the Cardano blockchain community, consistent with the long-term sustainability and viability of the Cardano blockchain. Am I okay with that, Joel? Thank you. I have approval from there. Mercy, are we okay with running that single temperature check in Nairobi?
Mercy, we're not hearing audio
Mercy
on your end.
Yes, we are happy to move on. Delegate sentiment is not 100% happy with that, but people are willing to accept that so that we can move on.
Thank you, Mercy. All right. At this time, we're going to call a temperature check. The temperature check is if you raise a yes or a green flag, we will replace the current wording of equitably with the wording fairly and impartially in tenet number 9. If you raise your red or no flag, we will retain equitably. And we have a point there. Do you have a point of clarity? We're okay where we are? Okay. All right, so we're going to move forward with that vote. Please, in 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Nairobi, do we have an accurate count?
Give us a few seconds.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, we have results. Ready to move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercy.
Thank you.
All right.
I believe we have a couple further technical corrections here that we were going to share about.
Do we have slides on the technical corrections?
Yes, we do.
We do. All right. I'm going to pull forward to these technical corrections. And let's see, do we need... They're busy on that. I'll go over. So this is Article 3, Section 4, which is the change that was made as you see on the screen here. Again, this was a technical change that did not require any. It doesn't make any substantive change, but it is a technical change. But if there's commentary, I'll leave it up on the slide. If there's commentary from Nairobi or from here on this change, happy to take it. We'll pop a 5-minute timer up for this so that they can review this, and then we'll come back. So that we're clear, the vote or the temperature check was 75% in favor of moving to fairly and equitably, so it carries. It's changed to fairly and equitably. Fairly and impartially. Fairly and impartially. Sorry, fairly and partially. Yeah. Fair, yeah, you know what I meant. Okay, yes, fairly and impartially. Thank you guys for your understanding. All right. So yeah, there's 5 minutes on the timer for this article change to make sure if there's any concerns. Again, these are minor technical corrections, but if there's any concerns, we're happy to take them. You have a concern on this item? Okay, sure. I'll go ahead and recognize. Go ahead. You do as well.
Just
Andrew?
you might want to change the order to refer to the article first.
Article 7, Section 4?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that okay, Joel? Got that? Okay. We've got that. Thank you for that clarity. And then someone else had a point. You're okay, Andrew? You're okay. All right. All right. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. I'll recognize Zach.
I'd just like to
take a motion to proceed. I don't think we need the full 5 minutes.
Okay, and that's
Unless
fair.
I'm wrong.
Is there any additional time needed in Nairobi?
I do not think so.
All right.
No comments at this point, but maybe start in BA, and if any comments come up, we'll let you know.
Okay. Thank you again, Mercy. I'm going to move forward then. This is a very quick one. Again, as set forth in Section 2.1 of is the only change added to this Section 2 of Article 3. So I don't think we need a tremendous amount of time on this one. We don't have to vote on it. These are technical changes. We're making sure you're aware of them, and if you have any questions on them, we want to give ample opportunity. This is a very small one. If there are any concerns, you can raise them now. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move forward. This is the Appendix 2 supporting guidance, which was read earlier. This is the current text for Appendix 2 for the supporting guidance. I'll leave that up for a minute and see what we have after this. And this is the last piece, so I'll just leave this up to see if there's any questions at this time on how the current framing of Appendix 2 is. I have a question over here and over here. I'll go with Ken first. That's fine.
I'm sorry, I was pulling up the last one. Would it be possible to see the last one?
The last one again? Certainly. Yeah, no problem. There you go. Section 2.1 of the Cardano Blockchain Guardrails Index.
Okay, so
it simply calls out the section of.
Yeah. So 2.1 has two sets of parameters, only one of them. Parameters that are critical to the operation of the blockchain are ones that SPOs vote on. There's a second set of parameters that are critical to governance system. So the recommended change before was just to use that language because 2.1 has two sets of parameters. Mm-hmm. SPOs are only voting on the ones that come first.
Do you need to address that, Joel, or? Joel's going to confirm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. And then I'll come to your question next, okay? Let's get that confirmation first. Okay, we're waiting on clarity on that, but if it's just a question, I can try to take it. Let's get you let's just get you the mic. Andrew, 1 second. There we go. Go ahead, Andrew.
Hi, thanks. Andrew, Georgia. On the first slide, it says, if I'm not mistaken, changes of the Cardano blockchain. And at later areas, I think we say, yeah, so here on the third line down, to any on-chain change of the Cardano blockchain. I think in other areas we say change to the Cardano blockchain, and I'm just curious if it's fine to be either, or if there's like a technical way that this is referred that I'm unaware.
I'll hold that one in queue because they're confirming something else, and then I'll come back to that one afterwards. Okay? Thank you. So we'll get Ken's concern first, then we'll get Andrew's, and you've also got a concern. Like we'll try to keep them. It's on a different one.
So yeah, this was about the language in the appendix. Just a question on the rationale for leaving it there. So this other guidance, it seems like that would fit in Article 3, and it would also help with improving the relevance of any released guidance by the community.
All right, thank you. Do we have they're conferring on the, okay. Did you have on that point? He is correct. You're making that correction.
We're making that correction, so it'll refer to the parameters under, it'll refer to under parameters that are critical to the operations of the blockchain in section 2.1 of the Cardano Blockchain Guardrails Appendix.
And that's the correct section.
That,
but he was,
that's in effect subsection 1 of that.
Okay, so 2.1, I've got satisfaction from Ken on that one. Okay, the second point that was brought up was from here on Article 3, Section 4. That there's concern that it was to any on-chain change of the Cardano blockchain. In other places, they thought it was in any on-chain change to the Cardano blockchain. If that is correct or not, is there a difference between of and to there that is necessary to change language? That is, it's actually sentence 1. That is a bear of a sentence, guys. Yeah, that's sentence 1. It's the third line. To any on-chain change of or to the Cardano blockchain. Is there a difference there, and are we using to typically?
So, the question is...
All right.
Elsewhere they say change to the blockchain, they say change of the blockchain.
Either is correct, so if 2 is preferable, we can
2
change
is
it to.
preferable, so we can make that correction to 2 instead of. Okay, does that satisfy that change? Okay, thank you very much. All right. The final concern that was raised, and Joel, would you address needing to leave this in Appendix 2 or adding this to Section 3, which was the question of whether this belonged in Article 3 or if it remains here in Appendix 2, and what the rationale behind that is?
So this is more based upon preference than anything else, because in the earlier version of Appendix 2, we said it's not part of the Constitution. This does not have that same qualifier. So although this is set forth in an appendix, it is indeed part of the Constitution itself. And to that extent, we clarify at the top of this language that the Constitution Committee can and should refer to this as part of their decision-making process as they do to everything else in the Constitution. The reason, and it's arbitrary, but we early on thought that it was better to have framing notes separately from the body of the Constitution. And so when we decided to add guidance, we kept them together with the framing notes. It's more stylistic than substance. So if there's a strong desire to put this somewhere else in the Constitution, you certainly can.
Okay, thank you, Joel. I'll recognize Bastian. Do we have a mic over here for Bastian? Thank you.
Question of clarification. So as far as I just understood, Joel, it's technically part of the Constitution.
Yes.
So then my question would be, what is the threshold of changing it?
The same as the rest of the Constitution.
Same as the rest of the Constitution. Yeah. Anything that's in the Constitution has the same amendment threshold, with one exception, which is that if the guardrails provide a different threshold to amend a particular guardrail, then that is a carve-out. Right now, the guardrails do not, but in anticipation of going forward, guardrails may ultimately have different amendment thresholds. We've contemplated that in the Constitution. But this, because it's not a guardrail and it's part of the body of the Constitution itself, would require the same 75% amendment threshold.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Okay, Nori, I'll recognize Nori. Yep.
Just a really quick question. In this section, should has been changed to shall, which is great. But in the framing notes, which isn't mentioned there, we use the word must, and I think it's the only place in the whole document we use that word. And I'm wondering, are we intending it to be that strong? It says, in approaching this Constitution, the Cardano community recognizes that it must be remembered. So that was just the question there.
Thank you, Nori.
That was a one word that was used specifically to make sure that everybody in the world understands the importance of this emanating from the community and the community's sentiment to create this decentralized, community-based governance system. So that is probably, I think, the only time in the Constitution you see the word must, but it was considered that important to the community.
I'll go ahead and recognize Ken.
Joel, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So I think the intent was that this is a one-time thing that happens with the Constitution, and it's not something that is invited to be sort of amended or a separate way of doing that. It's more to capture the intent at the time and not something...
Correct.
Okay.
This was the if you go all the way back to even the start of the 1692 process, 1694, sorry, 1694 process, this was what brought the community together in the first place, that they wanted decentralized, community-controlled governance utilizing an on-chain blockchain parameter and protocol where possible. So, I mean, that was what started this entire cycle if you go back now 2+ years. So the framing notes are not intended to change. Unless, with one exception, of course, if we really got something wrong, the community says, no, that was not our original intent, then obviously we would want to amend and correct it. But assuming there's no correction, this is historical context. And so history is a history. We're not rewriting the history.
I agree, and I'm just wondering, could we take out in the future may publish, we have an open category here, and can we just say
that's for guidance, though.
contemporaneously with the Constitution?
That's for guidance. That's not, remember, I apologize because the framing notes are unchanged, so they're not showing up on the screen. But guidance going forward, which is being done by the community outside of the Constitution, will change, will be updated, will be superseded, will be continually developed and will evolve. And so that is not history. That's saying what's going to happen going forward, and that the Constitutional Committee has the right to take all of that future guidance into account as they are discharging their duties of interpreting the Constitution.
Thank you. That adds more context. And I'll go read the framing notes. So thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Question is to the implications of referencing a document that is not part of the Constitution in the Constitution, and whether or not there is, because we're not adding these definitions to the Constitution, if there is space to add them later as an amendment. We don't have a mention of the info action for authoritative guidance in here, and you have a changeable document external to the Constitution being referenced here. So
sure. I think it's a great and important question. So if you look at constitutions in general, the majority of constitutions are silent as to whether the highest court that is charged with interpreting the Constitution can look outside of the four walls of that Constitution. Most constitutions don't say anything about it. So when a court is trying to interpret a constitutional provision, if they are unable to do so by looking at the Constitution itself, they do generally look at other resources in guidance that they deem relevant and helpful to reaching their decision. So what we're doing in our case is specifically affirming that the Constitutional Committee has the right to take in external resources into account, and it sets out the intent of the Cardano blockchain community to continually provide that type of guidance over time so that there is a means and channel by which community sentiment, desires, and interests can always be expressed before potentially having to make an amendment to the Constitution itself. So what we've done is created a path for the Constitutional Committee to say, yes, it's okay. In fact, we encourage you to look at these other resources and other guidance to help you in reaching an appropriate decision as you interpret the Constitution.
Thank you, Joel. All right. Got one more hand over here.
I mean, as you've described, Joel, I believe that the intent by which you talk about this article, that it makes sense in Section 3 then, given the relevance that there's definitions, there might be countries that want to provide their interpretation and other regulatory bodies.
So again, what I say is, does it have a legal impact where it appears? No. So it's just a preference of the delegates. If you'd rather see this paragraph as in addition to that article of the Constitution, that's your prerogative. So it's truly up to you. It will not make a difference as how the Constitution is interpreted as far as the rights given to the Constitutional Committee.
Thank you, Joe. All right. Give me just a minute to check on some technical work here that's going on. They're obviously working through getting these changes in place, guys. So give me just a couple minutes and see where that is, and we'll move on. All right, I'm just making sure we're going to do we can do a temperature check on this item. I will raise it. Mercy, are we okay on your end if I move forward with a temperature check?
Yes, we are okay with that.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the temperature check that we're going to run is, shall we move Appendix 2, Section 2, the other guidance paragraph, into Article 3 as a new section at the bottom of Article 3. So if you raise a green paddle or say yes, we are moving the other guidance paragraph to a new paragraph and a new section at the bottom of Article 3. If you raise your red or no paddle, we will leave other guidance where it is here in Appendix 2. So please raise your paddles in 1, 2, 3. Thank you for your opinion. All right, we'll take a couple minutes to let them count that. All right. So I'm getting some clarity on what we have available to us here. So we're getting the numbers back, and once I have the numbers back, I'll share the results on this. And then following that, we've actually got some information on the future work streams that we can start talking about. Say again? Oh, you're not hearing me? Okay. So what we're doing right now is waiting for this vote count to come back, and I'll announce those results. Following that, we're going to start doing some discussion on the future work streams. We've got some information from Adam and from Danielle, and we're going to go over some information on the future work streams and start getting some feedback on that as well, so that we can move the day forward. Okay? All right, guys. We got a little under an hour before lunch, and in this same time frame, we're also getting a draft ready for you to review over lunch. Okay, so we're trying that again. This is part of the messy process. We made changes, so we're gonna have to have time to review them. So we're gonna make sure you have those over lunch. Okay. We will have the ceremony after lunch. We'll move to the ceremony after lunch. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Lloyd.
Thank you, Adam.
So what I want to discuss right now is the delegate committee on the supporting documentation that you all voted to establish earlier today. So could I get the video feed from Nairobi on this screen right here so that we can see our friends in Nairobi? So when it's ready, we are going to do the vote. So that might be after we discuss the future of work streams, but to prepare for it, what I want to do is give everybody a chance that if you feel like you want to participate in this committee and you feel like you would like to serve as the chair of the committee or vice chair of the committee, because we will have a vote that will establish who will be the chair or vice chair, I'd like you to stand up, introduce yourself as a delegate and what city what workshop you're coming from, the city, and then tell us what this process has meant to you and why you would like to serve on the committee and presumably step up as the chair. So I want to basically turn this over to you guys right now so that we can have this portion of the discussion and we can sort of go back and forth between Nairobi and Buenos Aires and have everybody who wants to participate introduce themselves. So, what's that? Starting now, yes.
Yes.
So let's go. Let's. If you would like to do it, let's have. If you're in Buenos Aires, you want to do it. Delegates only, please. Go ahead and make a line coming up to this stand right here. And Kenya, I will let you organize the way you want to do it, and we can try to rotate back and forth.
Do you have a point of clarity that you need?
Anybody who wants to speak is welcome to come.
This is anyone. Okay, so anyone who wants to speak and raise their issues. You have a point of clarity there. You have a question. I've got a question here. Can I get a mic over here, please? I'll be happy to address that question. But yes, you can. If you are a delegate who would like to run as the chair, you can line up over here to have an opportunity to be recognized.
Thank you. I think some of the people missed what committee we're talking about right now.
Oh, yeah. So
can you please repeat?
Thank you. So when we voted this morning to remove the definitions from the appendix, we did promise that there would be a special committee of delegates led by the delegates, so the delegates would serve as chair and vice chair with secretarial support from the civics committee to lead the process of defining what the definitions are and including the other supporting documentation. So this is to determine the leadership of that committee. And so if you think you want to serve in the leadership of that committee, or if you think you would like to be on that committee, please line up here. Alternates will be invited to join the committee, but the leadership shall come from the delegates. But alternates, you will be invited to join the committee.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I can recognize Nori as well if you have an additional
And
question.
I will leave it up to the delegates and alternates to decide if they want to invite the ICC.
Okay.
They do want to.
Order
Do you?
in
Okay.
the room. Order
Quick
in the
temp
room.
check. Delegates and alternates. Do you want? Okay, never mind.
Wait. Okay, we need order in the room. We're going to have to.
It was okay. I don't want to be presumptuous about including especially because of my conflict of interest as a person who has served on an ICC consortium. I don't want to be presumptuous about the ICC being on it, but I would hope that the delegates would invite them. Okay, if that's fair.
Okay, and I'm going to recognize Nori.
I just had a clarification question. It was mentioned briefly that this wouldn't just be definitions, but it would be a body of documentation to provide guidance for the Constitutional Committee moving forward. And I was thinking, in my mind, I thought it was mentioned that maybe each workshop, alternate delegate can produce something to say, this was our intent in framing this documentation and leaving something behind so that each, almost like a state or province or whatever, has the ability to clarify what was in there in their own words.
Your understanding is absolutely correct.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, and I'll go ahead to Bastion.
also a question of clarification. So the people that line up are specifically those who want to run as chair and
vice chair, yes.
Okay, and all the delegates, I thought that we all agreed that we will be part of the committee, right?
That is correct.
Right.
And this simply, you would be electing your chair and vice chair with this process. So if you are seated now and you'd like to be nominated, or you'd like to nominate yourself to be a chair or vice chair, please stand up and join the people that are standing up on the corner here, or if they are standing in Nairobi.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Okay. All right. So first,
Lloyd,
I'd
it looks like we have a point of clarification from Nairobi.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Let's go to Nairobi. Thank you.
So we are recognizing Darlington, delegate from Nairobi.
Thank you. I yield my time. The last speaker had asked my question.
Thank you, Darlington.
Okay, then we'll give it to Ubio. Okay, so we can move back to BA because Ubio's issue is internal.
Okay, understood. Mercy, do you have any delegates in Nairobi who stood up for the position of chair or vice chair?
Looks like they do.
We do have, a few.
Okay, very good. So let's go back and forth.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah. Wonderful. All right, so we'll begin, Mercy, on your side. And Nairobi, please have your first delegate who would like to state their name.
And we have our 2-minute timer up there
and
already.
Yes, thank you. We'll have a 2-minute timer for each delegate that is presenting their information for your consideration. All delegates, please give them your attention. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we will give it first to Maureen from Douala.
Hello, everyone. I'm not a politician, so this is not a campaign, but I wanted to say I would really like to be vice chair or chair, whichever one, because I think these work streams are very important, and for the sake of my community, which I think is all of us, I would like to be able to see how I can contribute to actually push some of the things that we discussed and make them happen. Sorry, I didn't know I would have to talk, so this is all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, it's still very good. Thank you. We'll give it to Ubio, delegate from Lagos.
All right, this is Ubio Obu, delegate from Lagos. For me, I believe that as we've clearly stated, the Constitution ought to be a living document. And as a living document, it has to be able to rally the sentiments and the feelings of people at every point in time. What is true today, constantly in touch with the people as well. From my background, I come in touch with people that are from all margins, and I feel this gives me the privilege to be able to have that contributory voice and be able to ensure that the Constitution we're going to have is going to be a true living document that reflects the sentiments of our community.
Thank you very much, Ubio. I think we are done here, Lloyd. Back to you. Hang on.
Okay.
Nathan. Delegate from Manila, Philippines.
Hi guys again. I'll be honest, I don't actually want to be the chair but my colleagues have peer pressured me into this.
This is peer pressure.
Yes. Very much the same sentiment as Ubio. I would like him actually preferably to be the one to do this. The only reason I stood up right now, other than peer pressure, is one of my biggest complaints for all the workshops has been the time, which has always favored everyone else over there. The Asian community, I speak for them also, I'm not going to say who, have been complaining that this has been very difficult for us, always waking up and working at 2, 3 in the morning until, we have work. We're Asians. So that's my only thing, but preferably I'd like you guys to vote Ubio, so.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nathan. So Nathan, strong point there regarding the time difference, and especially also because we have a very large Japanese community. So thank you very much.
Wonderful. And thank you, Mercy. Thank you for all the delegates who stood up in Nairobi. We appreciate your candidacy. Thank you. Adam, will you please move forward with the discussions here? I will first recognize Ken Ladd. There we go.
Yeah, so if we haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet, I'm Ken. I found out about Cardano in 2020 and then went to law school to try and help as a lawyer later on, so I'll take the bar in February. I would love to participate in any way, whether it's in one of these two positions or just as someone you can go to who likes words. Primarily, as chair, I'd be a mediator, so try and get to a common understanding on some of these terms. But anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ken. I will recognize Gabriel.
Yes, Gabriel from Austin. Thank you. So during this entire process, it's been very apparent that us delegates coming together have a lot of power to bring in a bunch of opinions from out the world. I live actually in El Paso, Texas, which is a border town, so we're instantly exposed to a lot of different opinions. And coming to the rest of the world here, we realize that, you know, ideologically and a lot of points that we share are what we have in common, and it's all in the definitions and the interpretation that we kind of dissent with. And working with a bunch of the other delegates in this process, we have been able to come to agreements, and I would love to continue working with that process with everyone else in any capacity.
Thank you, Gabriel. All right. I'll now recognize Andrew Thornhill.
Hey everyone, Andrew from, I'm an American who lives in the country of Georgia, and I'm representing the Georgian people, where Cardano actually has had active projects since about 2019. I'm pretty much all in. I have the capacity to donate a tremendous amount of time to Cardano projects, and I'm very happy to do that. I think of myself as a consensus builder and a bridge builder. I've gotten to meet a bunch of the people here, which has been fantastic. And yeah, I just want to help. I want to be part of it. I have the capacity. I absolutely believe in every single part of this process. I think it's been fantastic. Yeah, I'd like to contribute in any way possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
I am Max van Rossum from the Netherlands, and we had this very discussion on making sure that the Constitution can evolve, but also that the interpretational memorandum would be there. It was one of the key topics in the Den Haag workshop, because the Netherlands is a place where it's not much about the letter of the law, but rather the interpretation of the law, which is the paradigm that the Netherlands likes to work in. And I'd just like to help make a process that makes it transparent by which way we come to our determination of interpretations. I'm not interested in my interpretation. I'm interested in a process that allows everybody to provide their interpretation, and making sure that that is registered in a way that we can all get behind. Thank you very much.
All right. I'll recognize Inji next.
Yeah. Kia ora everybody, kia ora Nairobi. Inji Martini here from Aotearoa, New Zealand. I'm a little torn around sharing what this process has meant to me, because you're going to hear it all again when I present later if the delegations' presentations go ahead. But in regards to why am I standing up here today, representation for me is incredibly important. And if not me, then who? And if not now, then when? So I think what I aim to bring is I'd like to be considered for vice chair or co-chair. I don't think that as we continue forward, it should be under one person's decision to lead things out, per se. So it's an alternative that I'd like to offer. However, what's most important is that there are a lot of unheard people in the room that I think is really important. We make the process a lot more transparent as how things go forward. I think we're going to have to deal with a lot of coming to consensus or supporting and encouraging our Cardano community to engage going forward in our constitution if we choose to. And that's going to take effort, and that's going to take listening, and that's going to take real transparent processes, which is what I'm committed to, and to doing the work on top of the full-time mahi we already have. So with that in mind, that's why I'd like to be considered, and I would just like to appreciate everyone who's put themselves forward. It's really evident that there is an amazing experience, people experience within this room, and it's just very honourable. I'm so honoured to be able to stand up with you all today. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you to all the delegates who stood up. Thank you for continuing the work. That's an element that I just wanted to pause on for a minute. This is the idea that we're not done. We have begun something. This may be the end of the beginning. And that's okay because there's so much more work to do. So thank you to all of you for recognizing the importance of standing up and leading as we move forward. Can't thank you all enough for that. I do have some news. So the vote was counted and it did not pass. So there was not a majority opinion to move that forward. So it stays as a appendix 2 section, as it were. So again, there's our process at work. We didn't reach a consensus on that, so we move forward knowing that that is staying where it is. Okay. So we've got a little over 30. Go ahead.
We're going to start some conversation about future work streams that have been captured, and then some discussion about prioritization there.
That sounds excellent. All right.
So Danielle has a list that she has been gathering, and so we'll be sharing what that list is currently. To open that conversation before we move into lunch, after you've heard this list, the question is there anything missing, is one thing. And then the second question is, what do you believe should be prioritized? We're not going to be temperature checking or voting on any of this at this point. This is just to open the conversation so we can make sure we're culling in the right ways. So Danielle, are you ready to share?
Okay, great. So the way we'll handle this is, I know it's going to be tough, but we're not going to be able to put it on the screen, I don't believe. Danielle's going to have to read the information, right? We don't have it screen. So what we'll have to do, she's going to read through the items that we have that are available. Remember that this is an inclusive process, so if you don't hear the thing you're looking for, make a note of it so that whenever, and we will call on hands to be able to capture additional items. Or if you hear an item that you really think needs to be a high priority, capture that so that when you raise your hand, you can share that that's the high priority item for you. Is that, Mercy, can I pass over to you? Is that instruction clear as we move into this process?
I believe so, and we have it printed over here, so we will review that, and if there is anything that is missing, our instructions is to highlight that. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
That's correct.
Highlight what's missing and highlight what you might think would be a high priority item, so when we call on you, you're able to express either it's a high priority item for you or it's something that's missing. And I will remind in the room that in the logistics channel, Danielle, is that where it was posted? Yes, in the logistics channel on Telegram, you have a copy of this document that Danielle's reading from. So if you'd like to follow along from your own copy, feel free to pull it up from that channel. And now I'll recognize Danielle.
Thank you. So I've been gathering a workstream document throughout all of the conversations starting this summer, working with the delegates. And as we've mentioned before, there's a list of probably 30 plus in a previous version. And so what I've done in the meantime is looked at what is most urgent, and it also looked at the changes we've been making along the way, so that this now reflects items that are the most urgent as we get from this point through ratification and slightly beyond that. So these are more urgency related. So if you're seeing something missing, think of it from that frame. It's still okay to add more to this list, but we needed to make it something a bit more tenable. So we're at a list of about 10. So I will go through briefly each of them, just adding enough context from my perspective that I think it explains what it is, but if anybody needs clarification, we can talk through that as well. So the first one, I don't think I need to explain, but creating the definition document for the Constitution. Similarly, I have a separate work stream around expanding the existing educational document for the Constitution. So this would cover things that we've mentioned, like mapping the guardrails to each article, but it could be other items. So those are the first two work streams. Then improved access to the Constitution beyond translations. So this is not in a good order, I apologize, but another work stream below would be translations of the Constitution to support the community in understanding for ratification. And there may be things beyond that that makes it more accessible, making it more visual, and there's a lot of different reasons that it could be beyond translation to make this more accessible. Then we have broadly community constitution education, and this is really what are the things we need to do to help the Cardano community be informed as they look at ratifying this on-chain. Next, foster transparency around the separation of powers to inform voters. This would include any tooling, any discussions in the community, or measures that help ADA holders understand this dynamic and see how it's evolving as we go to ratification. The next one is a set around the codes of conduct. So the codes of conduct were expected for the DREPs and the Constitutional Committee in the draft as it stands. So there are two work streams here around setting forth a standard for the DREP Code of Conduct, which would include the compensation disclosure, and the Constitutional Committee Code of Conduct. Those are two separate work streams. And then a third, but related, is a ethical code for Cardano. So this is encouraged to be part of the codes of conduct, so starting work on the ethics to be included therein. Next is defining, and I'm specifically calling it a first version of the standard budget process, such that we do not preclude ourselves or put a blocker in the way of moving forward on a budget process, but starting to standardize as a community what we think are important elements for the budget process. And I know that there is certainly work already related to that underway. And then the last one is the Constitutional Committee election process. So our interim Constitutional Committee term ends in September 2025, and there can be off-chain elements of this election, and there's an on-chain element of the election. So for the community to think about how to put those two together, and even what is that off-chain element to begin with. Yeah, so broadly, how do we hold the next Constitutional Committee election? That is the set of 11.
All right, so those are the primary, the top most important of the work stream. And you guys do have the document as well in addition to that, but from that, from this top priority work stream, is there anything that is absolutely missing?
No, I would just say that obviously all of you may have different priorities. What we were asked to do was to try to identify what we felt were the most important priorities in order to make sure we have as robust of a constitution as possible when it is ratified on chain.
Understood.
But that doesn't mean that you can't all decide on different priorities.
Understood. Thank you, Joel. All right, so Nori, I'm going to recognize you. You had a question or clarity? I'll go.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention one thing I didn't hear. Enormous amounts of effort and passion have gone into getting us to this point today. And I think it would be a missed opportunity if we didn't take, while it's fresh, everything that's happened and do a retrospective and figure out what went well, opportunities to improve, things we can do for when we do our first amendment. We're going to have to do something similar, perhaps. So capturing all of that from the delegates, the alternates, and even all the people watching on live stream, like collecting all of that feedback on how this whole process went and doing it better next time is a great opportunity I think we should keep in mind.
I can't think of a single human I'd want to work on a retrospective with more than Nori, because he and I have done quite a few of those together. So yeah, we can, we'll make that happen, Nori. We'll make that happen no matter what. All right, we had Martin had his hand up next.
Thank you. So I think that there needs to be process forward, like a work stream, not starting right after this Constitutional Convention, but to be regarding the decentralization index. And when the index is ready, to find a process to determine what that number should be for the whole Cardano ecosystem. as a work stream process for the future.
So the term again that you're using,
EDI.
EDI.
Yeah.
Okay.
The decentralization index.
Yes.
That is now not ready yet, but when it is, to have the work stream to input that into the constitution.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any hands or concerns in Nairobi, Mercy?
Indeed. I will give Darlington, delegate from Nairobi, the floor.
Thank you, Mercy. I'm curious who's responsible for making sure these work streams happen. Is this all under the civics committee, or do we need a work stream to identify who's going to own and make these work streams happen?
Don't build.
I have a
committee on my
suggestion.
committee.
Can I suggest?
Okay.
I'm
afraid.
I think we should take it to Charles's office because he said he was actually willing to fund it if we don't have the budget. So we will give it to JJ.
Mercy's suggesting that Charles make sure this gets funded just in case, because he just called it on his keynote. So we'll just I got it all right from Charles, Mercy.
I knew it. Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent.
Before we go here, is there any other hands in Nairobi?
No more. I think we are pretty much, for now, we don't have any more reactions. Thank you very much,
Thank
Lloyd.
you, Mercy. And I'll let Adam answer to...
Okay. All right. Well, then if we're done with everything else, we can adjourn.
There's still hands in the room.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We still have hands in the room. No, I was asking if you were adding clarity to
Never mind.
Darlington's question as to who, if anyone in the group here wants to add clarity to Darlington, who's responsible for the future work streams and managing the future work streams. I'll recognize Jose.
Hi. So listening to the room, I think that it would be probably a good idea, and I would like to see where the temperature check would be, if it would be convenient or not to add these work streams to the body that will be created to work on the definitions and provide some legitimacy and a broader scope to that body.
So they could potentially take on some of that role. The civics committee would also have the ability to take on the management of that work stream, and they could delegate that management, because this did come through civics. So ultimately, this initially came through civics, but it could certainly delegate some of that work stream. Danielle?
Yeah, so just recognizing I'm the secretary of the civics committee and certainly not the chair or the chair that will soon be reelected for the civics committee themselves, so I can only speak partially, but this will certainly be a discussion within the civics committee on the work streams to determine how this can be supported. But this is broadly community organization where there's not a single answer, and we have many ways that we can do this, but there are certainly members of the civics committee now that I know would be committed to at least figuring out some of them to get it started and go chase. So I think it's a bit of a collective responsibility. It's recognizing there is certainly cost associated with this, so the funding question is also something that would be chased down in some way. So I just want to comment that way, where certainly it makes sense for the civics committee based on their remit, but that does not limit other organization of the community to tackle this.
From tackling as well. Thank you, Danielle. Appreciate that clarity.
Yeah.
Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to push for the consider additional tenants work stream. There's been a heavy sentiment around the decentralized tenant, and a couple of others that have been brought up quite strongly in the delegate telegram groups. So we'd like to see that work stream, future work stream, in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I come at it?
Certainly may, yes.
So I can only speak as a civics member, but I promise I want to support that as well and make sure that work stream happens.
As a board member of Intersect, if this committee wants to come to us to ask for support in this, I promise that I will lend you my support as well to be heard.
Lots of support for these future work streams. Let's see.
And Lloyd?
Let me recognize Mercy. Yep, Mercy, go over to you.
Yeah, just to clarify my earlier comment and just to put that on record, I totally agree with what Charles said yesterday. We do have momentum on this. We don't have our budget passed for 2025. We need to do that ASAP. But let's take note of the fact that we might have a bit of support in terms of, maintaining that momentum with this future work stream from Charles himself. I think it's important that we recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercy.
Is it okay to?
Yeah, we're back. Some hands in the room here.
Nori, go ahead.
So not speaking as a delegate now, but I'm speaking as the chair of the MCC in Intersect. We are currently putting together the budget for the education and outreach buckets of the budget. And if any of this future workstream stuff can be supported by the MCC, particularly on the community side, we'd be way more than happy to help form work groups or work streams or help support that as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Got some servant leadership happening in the room here. I'm going to go back to Zach in the back, and then I'll come back to Mark.
I'd just like to propose two things. One, could we have a co-chair, like if we elect just for the definitions, right? Could we elect two people for each position? That way everybody's represented in each zone. And then on top of that, could they be involved in the ownership of all the future work streams to make sure that delegates attend and they participate? And then also, just to add to the point that was made earlier, we need to establish a process for the delegates to remove themselves if they can no longer serve their purpose.
Yeah, we did take note of that work stream, so that is one of the work streams. So remember, there's more than just the 10 high priority or 11 high priority ones. There are more there, and so yes, ultimately it's going to be up to you guys how you're going to assemble on some of these items. Go ahead, Adam.
The summon voting tool will return the top 5 names when you have the vote. The first would presumably be the chair, the second would be the vice chair, and I think it would be reasonable to say that those 5 individuals should set forth the rules of the committee and establish the rule set for the committee and how you will operate from there. So the committee will be formed by those individuals, and then they will set forth your rules, and you will have autonomy from that point forward.
All right, thank you. We're going to go over here to Martin. He's coming around back for you, Martin.
Thank you. So I want to express the opinion that I don't think that Charles or any of the founding entities is obligated to support the future process. So I want to ask Mercy of what support she is referring to for this future process, actually.
Sure, Martin, thank you. Mercy, would you like to tell what you heard from Charles, where you got that from? It was the speech.
Before I go on, I do want to say that we are not taking Charles for granted. We are very, very grateful for his generosity. Since the beginning of 2023, a lot of the work that has been done has come out of his pocket. So can we give Charles a round of applause? Now, having said that, we are aware right now the Cardano Treasury, it's like upwards of 1.5 billion USD. Unfortunately, if we haven't voted on this constitution for it to get on chain, none of us have any access to that funding. So what that means is that a lot of work that could be done is currently not being done, including even a lot of the work that, for instance, people like, myself, that we've been doing, it's all volunteer. It's just out of our own time, out of our own pocket. Yesterday, when Charles was talking, he did say that he realizes that there is momentum. He did mention the future work stream. So what I'm saying is that because there is momentum, let's just get on with it, get it done. Let's get commitment so that before we move forward, we know that there is a plan, there is resources to actually take that up. So is that enough clarification?
Thank you, Mercy. You have a follow-up, Martin?
Again, thank you, Mercy, for the response. I don't think that they have to be obligated to do so and to give that funds. So we need to keep that momentum. I agree with that. But as a community, I think that I'm really strongly think that we need to find a way to have these funds from the Treasury because it is for the ecosystem. And they're not obligated to do that. If they wish to, they're free to do that, but they're not obligated. So
thank you so much,
thank
Martin.
you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with you. There is no obligation. As I said, Charles has been doing this because he sees the momentum. He wants to get the work done. And I can relate to that. A lot of times I've done work out of my own pocket because I see that there is work that just needs to be done. So you just get it done. But maybe, we can take a quick plug that let's just get this constitution ratified on chain so that we can actually have access to the Treasury, and then we are not relying on the generosity of one person to get work done.
That's right. Thank you, Mercy. And yes, that is our job today, is to get this Constitution to the next stage so we can move toward that on-chain ratification.
It's wonderful.
Eric, how are we looking?
So we are actually going to break a little early for lunch or dinner in Nairobi.
Lunch or dinner.
So just please know as you're moving out into the hall here, and folks in Nairobi, the food may not be quite ready yet, 15-ish minutes there. We'd like to break early to give our drafters time to be drafting so that by the time we come back, there are pieces to review. Okay, so we will break early here and get back into the room at the top of the next hour. So you have about an hour and 15 minutes. All right, so an hour and 15 minutes. Please be back in your spaces. Have a nice extended lunch and dinner. We'll see you in a few.
Thank you, everyone.
I think the timing is good. Optional. If you guys have any questions at all, it's an informal AMA. Y'all came here, so you can ask anything you want. I know Patrick has questions. Oh, come on. You got to ask something. Anything. Could be about the budget process. You want to talk about what an administrator is?
And this is only for delegate.
So actually, you're bringing up a good point.
Anyone?
Huh? Do we have an echo? Okay. So you bring up actually a very valid point about the administrator language. And so what constitutes an administrator? A smart contract could potentially actually qualify as an administrator. So what needs to happen is we have to have a functional and non-functional definition. And then what you can do is demonstrate that a smart contract satisfies that. So then you could withdraw to a smart contract in addition to an administrator. There are two reasons why administrators are good to have. One is a oversight reason, and that is that when you go from smart contract to entity, the smart contract doesn't have legal standing. And what that means is if the entity defrauds, meaning they don't deliver the work, nobody can sue that entity to claw the money back. So that's typically why you have an intermediate entity, because they have a contract and then they're under jurisdiction of whatever law the contract's under. So they can sue if there's fraud. The other reason is asset stabilization. So basically if there's ADA there
you have to decide, do you want to have an ADA denominated contract or USD or whatever the currency of concern is? So the volatility, somebody needs to manage that volatility. And it's not something that's impossible to do on chain. That's why we created synthetics and JED and these types of things, but it's much easier to do with an entity that's specialized, like a Brevin Howard or a Wave or something like that, to do perps and other things to manage these types of things. But here, more broadly, we have to think about 5 years, 10 years, 15 years in the future. The treasury of Cardano is going to be multi-asset. Because of partner chains, when blocks are made with Midnight and these other things, that goes into a percentage of that, the Cardano treasury, potentially. So what if we have 5 or 10 or 15 partner chains? Then we could end up with a great degree of assets in the Cardano treasury that aren't ADA. So then one of the things that has to happen as a governance function, and this is something you delegates need to discuss, is how do we actually manage the treasury like a central bank with its balance sheet of Cardano, including, do we want to create a sovereign wealth fund? So a sovereign wealth fund would mean that we take some of the ADA out, we put it into a diverse set of assets, it generates a passive return every year, and then you could choose what to do with that. You could either reinvest it or use it to purchase ADA and give it back to the treasury, or you could even do a dividend to the ADA holders, as an example. But these are all future considerations, and when you're thinking around the treasury and the budget management, do understand that these are things that will come in 5 years or 10 years or 15 years. So what I'd encourage you to do is work on the definition of administrator and just find a way to make the definition such that you can use a smart contract to satisfy it, especially the legal agency thing. And there may be a path there with DAOs to do that a smart contract owned by a DAO, in which case then you can withdraw it to that administrator. For a simplifying assumption, because the goal is to get a budget approved and ratified within the next 3 to 6 months, we have entities that were purpose-built and tested with Catalyst to facilitate this. But I'm with you. I think not only does it make sense for a smart contract, but if it is a legal entity, for a legal entity to do something similar to what the Foundation's done with blockchain-based accounting, so that there's complete end-to-end transparency inside the organization. There also has to be some understanding of oversight of the administrator, and there needs to be standards written down by one of the governance functions of how will an administrator be expected to behave. What legal provisions need to be put in, what best practices have to be followed, and if not for a legal entity, for a smart contract, because you still have to have a specification for that. Does that make sense? Yeah. I know, and that's part of the compromise process, and because even if it was a smart contract, you'd still have to define the functionality and behavior of the smart contract, right? So just work on that, and that becomes a universal definition, and then either a physical entity or a smart contract form that, and there's no reason why, because now administrator is that there couldn't be a withdrawal to both entities, like a physical entity and a smart contract, and you can A/B test the utility of these two things. And Catalyst would be a natural candidate for that, to remove the administrative function for it. Yes, sir. Martin.
Yes, thank you, Charles.
Oh, yes. Sure. Yeah, they're part of this too. Jack, are you in Nairobi? Okay, I can't hear Jack.
Hi. Hello, Charles. I'm Mubarak Oladimeji from Lagos, Nigeria, the alternate from Lagos, Nigeria. I just wanted to ask you a personal question based on your personal experience and knowledge in building the Cardano blockchain ecosystem. So yeah, personally, we have an experience here in Africa, based on the fact that we always get, we're not really being included per se. And based on, for instance, I just want to give a case scenario. We have Project Catalyst partners, as partners category now being introduced. Partners category is basically with Catalyst getting proposals, people building, and them using getting partners and requesting for funds to build a large scale model. You can request for a larger amount model to build on the Cardano ecosystem, and then we have so many. You have to get shortlisted. It's not the normal way with the other categories. So you have to get shortlisted, and then we have a lot of really intelligent proposals coming in from all around the world. We have several other people being represented, but we don't have a single African proposer in the partner category. And that is not because the Africans, we didn't submit the proposal. We have several people who worked really hard to get partnerships in Africa, and they were denied the they were denied the opportunity to submit their proposal. They were able to submit, but they were denied being shortlisted for that. We also have several different case scenarios where people from Africa actually struggle to actually get impact in, to get the feasibility needed, to get the really needed support to work on building in Africa. And it is very important that we get, for instance, my country in Nigeria, we have over 200 million people living in Nigeria. Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa, and there is a really great potential in the Nigerian ecosystem to use Cardano, to leverage Cardano, to onboard Nigeria into Cardano. But most people don't even know. They know about more other blockchains than us. They know about Solana. They know about Ethereum. They know about Bitcoin more than Cardano. So many other blockchains. Even layer 2 blockchains are more popular. The Ton blockchain and Ton ecosystem is more popular right now in Nigeria than Cardano.
All right.
And that's because we really need support for the African Cardano ecosystem in Nigeria. So how do you propose how do you propose solving that for us in Africa here in Nigeria?
Yeah,
Thank you.
This is a great question because it
Thank
doesn't
you.
just
Thanks.
apply to the continent of Africa, but actually until recently it applied right here in Latin America. There was a huge problem where there was this big Cardano passionate community in Brazil and Argentina and other places like Ecuador and Bolivia, Venezuela, and they didn't have a voice or adequate representation. So we put a spotlight on Latin America by holding the Constitutional Convention here, but they felt exactly the same way as you feel, because when you looked at the proportion of catalyst proposals being won, there was a bit of a bias towards Japan, Europe, and North America versus South America and Africa. So I think you solve this in terms of layers. And so the first layer is what we've already started with the governance workshops, where we forced participation. We said there will be workshops in Africa. There's no debate. And that means people from Africa finally get a voice, and they can rise up and become delegates and participate in the process. The budget process is the second phase, and there the budget process implicitly, soon explicitly, is a referendum on the balance between bottom-up financing and top-down financing. So bottom-up is what Catalyst is. Money is allocated, the community decides exactly where it goes. Top-down is where there's a proposal to the community for distribution to certain entities. And they serve different purposes. So bottom-up serves the purpose of we don't know where we want to spend or who we want to spend or the strategy. We're going to let the community discuss it and figure it out with some degree of cadence. Top-down is saying, well, there's certain entities or activities that are long arc, months to years, that are ongoing, and we need to make sure that these guys get funded for that. For example, like TX Pipe and some of the work that they do, or things like Tap Tools or hundreds of others of pieces of infrastructure. They're established, they exist. It would be nice to get them a subsidy so that they can continue doing this, because in many cases they are doing it for free and they can't do that at scale. Where you guys can make the biggest impact is participating in the budget process and having a discussion about whether the time has come for regionalization of Catalyst. What that translates to, instead of having one general Catalyst fund, you have an Africa Catalyst and you have a South America Catalyst, these things, which means that only Africans can win proposals there. So there's a guarantee of distribution within that circle, and that probably will help sort this stuff out. But it's an interesting question, and then the beauty of Catalyst is the tools are generic enough for rooms to be created and for dedicated funds to be created. So this is definitely something that I think can help prime the pump. The other thing is, now that there are delegates, you're permanent members of Cardano's governance ecosystem. You've been trained, you've participated, so now you have a voice. So it's very important that your service does not just end after the Constitution's ratified, but we find a way to memorialize this with more significance, which means that now we have faces who speak on behalf of their countries, and those faces can ensure that there's adoption and growth. Now, we're going to continue the workshops, and as I mentioned, it's going to go from 1, hopefully, to 5 workshop streams. So governance workshops will continue, but there's also going to be workshops globally for things like product, marketing, brand, and growth, innovation, and so forth, and budget. So there will be African participation in those workshops, just like there was before. And now that we have this governance group here, the second wave of workshops are a hell of a lot easier to run because there's actually people to talk to who, outside of Mercy and a few others, who worked really, really hard to put all this together to amplify that. So instead of just 4 or 5 or 10 workshops, there could be several dozen of them, and they can get more specific. So I think this is how you end up solving it. You solve it in terms of layers, and you move through, and you recognize that a lot of cases it's not personal, it's just familiarity and process. And if people aren't familiar with the jurisdiction and the process wasn't designed to include that jurisdiction, they accidentally get omitted. But now we're in a position where we can actually get people included, and there's advocates to make sure that people aren't excluded. And whether this governance succeeds or fails is going to be judged by the things that we miss, not the things that we succeed on. We have historically missed some communities, and I would advocate very strongly that the time has come to include them. So I'd encourage you as delegates to have a deep discussion about the budget process, and especially what your goals are for bottom-up funding, and that's on the Catalyst side, but then also how we get the marketing, branding, and growth workshops started, because then we can really get into the details of how do we get adoption for various things. And from my company, we do have an ally, John O'Connor in Kenya with RealFi, and we're in Kenya right now. We'd love to expand that to Nigeria as soon as we can, amongst other large jurisdictions, because these are huge hubs of adoption in microfinance. So we have boots on the ground, and if there's anything we can do to be helpful in this process, we'll certainly be there for you. If anything, just connecting and facilitating. And I also do believe we need to work with some great African companies like ShopRite and others who have a continental view. And they have hundreds of thousands of employees. They're in more than 20, 30 countries. A few of these commercial partnerships could go a really, really long way in creating a strong brand and delivering growth in a permanent structure. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Charles. Yeah, that was warmly received here. I'm going to stay in the room if that's okay with you, and I've got a question from Ubio.
Thank you so much, Ubio, delegate from Lagos, Nigeria. So I think Mubarak has already asked the first part of my question. So I had 2 questions, so I'll rather focus on the second one. But before I do that, I would like to take you on your word. You said if there is anything we can do to help, that you would be willing to help. And I think there is something you can do to help right now. And I would like to ask that directly to you. I and Mercy, I belong to a team that have been working so hard to see how we can bring the Cardano Summit 2025 to Africa. Could you give us a commitment that you would be willing to support that initiative for the Cardano Summit to come down to Africa? I've been in the Cardano blockchain, and I've never seen a global conference from Cardano that has actually come this part of the world. I really want to see it happen in Africa, and I don't know. So you said if there is anything you can do to actually support that, you would be willing. So I want to know if you can give us that, you would be willing to give us that commitment to actually support this push and this initiative that we are actually doing from this part of the world. So that's my first question. The second question
Well, hang on.
is...
Let me take that question real quickly.
okay, yeah. Am I live? All right, okay.
Yeah.
So my second question is, you made a statement yesterday when you said that Cardano is going to become the technology of the world. As beautiful as this is, it also raised concerns in my mind. And I would want to get your opinion on this. Knowing fully well that the technologies and the systems that run the world actually do have constitutions as well. They do have parliaments and a lot of checks to actually make sure that the world remains sane. Yet still, the technologies and the systems that run the world still run into corruption and actually bias and favoritism. I'm actually questioning myself. If someday, what is your confidence that this technology of the world is not going to someday morph into the same system, because most of the systems and technology of the world also started this way, and that is why they created constitutions and checkers as well as we are doing today. What is that confidence that you have that ours is going to be different?
Yeah, these are great questions. And can everybody in Nairobi hear me? Thumbs up?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. Just making sure. So first off, with respect to the summit, IO hasn't run a summit since 2021. You know, if I was asked where I think a good geography would be, we have historically looked at opportunities in Africa. The challenge for us there was trying to really figure out where to host that. Because as you know, Africa is not just one place. There's Egypt, and that's radically different than Nigeria, radically different than South Africa, radically different than Zanzibar. It's an incredible continent with so much diversity. So there was the first open question of, okay, well, how would exactly that work? And then how could we find a place that had the appropriate infrastructure for something quite large, like 5,000 or 10,000 people? And I think there definitely is a case to be made for either Nairobi or Lagos as the appropriate places. The same for South Africa. In fact, we even talked to the Milken Institute people because they do an annual summit in South Africa in Cape Town. It's a little smaller, but I wanted to understand what the logistics would look like for something like that. But I would be absolutely enthralled with the idea of finding a path to actually hold the Cardano Summit there. If anything, because there really isn't a major blockchain conference in Africa at the moment. We have them in the Middle East. We have them in Singapore with Token 2049. You know, we have them in North America. And there's even actually some nice summits here in South America, but nobody's really taken on that market, and it would be a lot of fun to figure out how to do that. We're very good friends with the Rare Evo people, and we really help them grow that because we merged Rare Evo with NFTXLV. And I think next year Rare Evo is probably going to grow from about 2,000 people who attended to 4,000 to 8,000. So they're on the uptrend. So one of the options would be, if it's not a foundation summit per se, perhaps Rare Evo could franchise and actually have a North American edition and an African edition. And that would be one way to actually get a professional large conference into Africa where Cardano would have frontline billing, just like we do with Rare Evo right now. The summit, though, is not under our control, so I can't make commitments or promises for that, but I would advocate very strongly for it to go to Africa at some point. It's been in the Middle East twice. It's been in North America once, and twice actually. And Europe, there were some discussions about that. Asia, there were some discussions about that, especially Vietnam, because it has such a strong crypto community. And the Philippines was another that was brought up because it has a strong community in Manila. But I think Africa would be a lot of fun, and I'd advocate either Kenya or Nigeria if it was possible. Now, for your second question about corruption, what channel in Telegram?
It's the Telegram Logistics channel for today.
Okay, just a brief announcement. The Telegram Logistics channel, the final version of, the voting version of the Constitution is available. If you guys want to read it and see it while you're eating dinner. And don't allow me to keep you from dinner if you guys want to go grab a plate. That's totally fine. This is an informal AMA. So for your second question, which is about corruption, this is something that keeps me up at night every day because the vast majority of my life is made miserable by the fact that people are very corrupt and have created a lot of problems. We lived as an industry through the horrors of Gary Gensler abusing power. We lived through a president who said over 50 times, directly and indirectly, through his proxies and himself, that he wouldn't pardon his son, and he just pardoned his son for 11 years worth of stuff. Basically a blanket pardon from January 1st, 2014, all the way to today, after he promised he wouldn't do that. And he said, what are you going to do about it? I'm the president. So America, Europe, everywhere, people say, oh, African corruption. Well, guess what? The United States of America is the most corrupt of them all. So don't let them say otherwise. I live there, I know, and I see it every single day. So that's why I'm a blockchain entrepreneur, because something about this technology that's very different is, first, everything you do is out in the open, all your dirty laundry. That alone changes the conversation because corruption lives in darkness. When people are corrupt, they don't go on television and say, you know what, I just took a bribe today. No, they go and they have dinner with somebody in a restaurant in a shady area, and they talk about it and hand them some cash, or they make some side deal or something like that. Blockchain, if you get your commerce and make that public, then that alone already starts along the road of changing things. Second, blockchains are intrinsically decentralized if they're appropriately innovated, which means that over time, more and more people are involved in making decisions, so the probability of that decision being corrupt goes down, because you're checking the work here in South America, and South America is checking your work, and then the Cardano ecosystem is checking all of our work. That's a very different governance model to how decisions are typically made. Like, I experienced corruption myself in Wyoming recently. I spent a year and a half working with the government of Wyoming as a subcommittee member, and in a period of a year and a half, it went from an open, deliberative process to some people in a room, in a back room, got together as a subcommittee member and made decisions of picking winners and losers and acted as judge, jury, and executioner. And they decided to exclude 99% of all blockchains, including Bitcoin, from being able to even be allowed to bid on building a stablecoin. And they gave it to Circle, BlackRock, and Consensus. And the executive director is a former Consensus employee, and one of the commission members was the former general counsel of Circle, and BlackRock met with the governor right before he appointed these people. So that's America, and I experienced that. I lived there. I put hundreds of millions of dollars into the state. My father and brother and mother, they live in Gillette, Wyoming. We have a healthcare clinic with 10,000 patients. Now, lucky enough, I have enough money and power that I can go start a PAC and let people know about this and run television ads and create some political consequences for it. So it'll get reversed. But what happens to the people who don't happen to have that kind of money? They just accept it as a fact of life and they get screwed in the process. The point of blockchain is that it changes the decision-making model, so that whole thing of them going into a dark room and making a decision and inflicting that decision on people, if you've designed it appropriately, they can't do that by design. And as delegates, this is your challenge when you think of a constitution and you think about an on-chain government. The constitution and on-chain government are the opening act of a symphony. It's not the symphony. So we have to be vigilant, and we have to keep drilling and keep asking, how do we do better? How do we do better? And we have to put money into the improvement of the government. So when you look at the budget, one of the things in the budget that has to be included is allocated money for governance improvements. When you look at the US budget, we spend almost no money in the United States on political science to improve the US political system. We just assume that a system written over 200 years ago by a bunch of guys that lived in an agrarian society is perfect and needs no updates or changes or these types of things. Why? Because it really benefits a small group of people. They like the way that it's designed. What if we had spent 2-3% of the GDP of America every year on making the American political system more inclusive and better? And those innovations could work their way into the Constitution with some degree of regularity. So when we look at the budget, will our budget reflect that? Do we have new voting systems being implemented? Do we have new systems to increase transparency, new governance and collaboration models? Are we looking at the social dynamics? This is the next fight. You get what you pay for. So if we pay for these types of things, I think the system will get better. And then the final point is, what do you do when you discover corruption? One of the reasons why Kagame has been fairly successful in Rwanda is he has a zero tolerance for a lot of corruption that he's seen. Love him or hate him, he's a very controversial person. He's pretty brutal to people that steal money from his government. And what that's done is it's created an environment where Rwanda has a great degree of international respect. We know if we sign a contract there, we know if we do something there, we're probably not going to run into a situation where the government corruption gets in the way. At least that's the international perception. Now, the people living there may have a difference of opinion, and there's other issues that are there, but that's an example of vigilance. Whereas in America, we've just witnessed the President of the United States pardon his son, and the upcoming President of the United States be charged with hundreds of felonies, convicted of 38 felonies, and nearly assassinated twice. And we're just like, well, we just have to move on. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's not think about it anymore. Are we really engaging with a problem? No, we're ignoring that problem. We're pretending like it doesn't exist. And how can you ever solve a problem if nobody has the courage to speak up? When you see problems, you speak up. We've heard from you. You've said these things. That's healthy, and that's a free society, and that's liberty. That's what it's supposed to be. So that's that final point. Do we, when we see something, say something, and do we have the means to actually punish those things and actually resolve those things and get rid of the corruption? And when a political system has lost legitimacy, it no longer has the ability to correct itself. You look to China and you say, is there anybody in China who can overrule Xi? No. And we say, oh, that's an unfair system. Okay? And it's the same in the United States. If a decision has been made by a certain cabal of people, until recently, there was no one in the world, the entire world, who could overrule that. We just accepted it. So it's not a fair system. So I want a fair system. I'm tired of unfair systems. I want to compete. I want merit. I want to lose or win based upon, did I do a good job? Did we deliver the best product? Are we doing the best good for people? And if you notice that the best people are being excluded, there's something systematically wrong about that system. No greater example of that than in the state of California, they're starting to give subsidies for electric vehicles, and they excluded Tesla because they hate the CEO of the company. 90% of all the battery-powered cars driving around in California are manufactured by Tesla. It's not even close. You can add up everybody together and 10 times more Tesla, but apparently they're excluded. And that's not corruption, according to the people of California. And nobody's going to reverse that. It's just politics. Why do we accept that? Can we overrule that? I can't. Tesla can't. The same with the state of Delaware, where an unelected judge made a decision to remove Elon Musk's compensation. And after she did it once, he went to his shareholders, the owners of Tesla, and they voted again to give him compensation package. And then the same unelected judge took it away from him again, overruling the will of the owners of the company, who have every right to decide where to put their money. And then gave the lawyers who brought the lawsuit $375 million for bringing a lawsuit against Tesla to protect Tesla from itself. That's corruption at its heart. And it's just punishment because he supported the wrong person. Every time I see it, I can complain about it, or I can say, you know what, we need to just change the system. And that's what blockchain's about. We see it, it's public, it's transparent, it's open. We can evolve iteratively, and passionate people, they don't forget. Blockchains forget nothing. It's there. Every transaction in Bitcoin since January 3rd, 2009 is on chain, and it's never going away, no matter if it's convenient or inconvenient. And it's the same for Cardano. Since the very beginning of the network in September of 2017, everything ever done is on that chain, and it can never be removed, even if it's inconvenient to Russia or the United States or Israel or China, or pick your country that you're concerned about. You know, it's always there. And that's how you get rid of corruption. And this is what makes this technology different, because it's never been the case in human history that something that was inconvenient for the leadership class, whether it be the Pope or kings or whatever it is out in the open. The very first thing the leadership class does is they sweep it under the rug. Look at Epstein. They sweep it under the rug. And say, okay, now it's not there anymore. Now here you can't sweep it under the rug. So people will know it. It'll be an irritant. And eventually it'll change. It's a good question, though.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you. We do have another one from Daniel, representing Vietnam.
Let me take one in the room, because these guys...
Hi, George.
Hang on.
I'm just want to have a funny question. That we are from Vietnam community, and we are a moderator of a group of community with nearly 50,000 members. And a lot of people, they see that we come to the vote here, and they told me that, hey, just leave Cardano, so they don't want to stay anymore. So we have to explain a lot. But we have like our team, and a lot of people really want to invite you to Vietnam to say something with them. Because I don't know, but in Vietnam we have a lot of people knows about you, and you have come to Vietnam in 2017. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But if you have the time to traveling, not just summit, okay, just traveling or anything, you can contact us, and that's an invitation for you to Vietnam with developer and community. Yeah, that's, I hope so, in the future. Thank you.
So I've been to Vietnam twice, And every time I go to Vietnam, I'm constantly impressed with the community there. It's one of the largest, most passionate cryptocurrency communities in the world. I think 31% of the population has some degree of crypto exposure. The only country that compares with that is actually Nigeria. You know, it's absolutely extraordinary when you look at the level of fervent passion. Also, you know, Vietnam has some great Japan connections. A lot of the anime industry, the manga industry, game development is outsourced from Japan these days to Vietnam. And it surprised me. I see all these Japanese companies that are based in Vietnam. I said, what the hell happened here? This is crazy. So I love it. It's a great place to be. I really enjoyed the time that I spent there. And I've been invited back. And I was going actually in 2020 before COVID hit. So I haven't had a chance to go back. And I did a brief Asia tour this year. I went to Japan and Singapore. I also wanted to go to South Korea, and if I had time, Vietnam, but we just couldn't get the schedule to work. So it would be a lot of fun to go back. I've only been to Ho Chi Minh. It would be a lot of fun to go throughout the whole country because there's so many beautiful places. And so I don't want to just drop in and out for a day. It would be fun to actually spend a substantive amount of time there and go and see some of the nature inside Vietnam because it's so incredible. So hopefully we can get that done in 2025. You know, India has also fervently expressed a desire for me to go, and that's a huge country, so it'll take a little bit of time to work my way through. So I think there might be a path there where we carve through Vietnam and Thailand and then work over to India and Sri Lanka and other places. But we'll see what we can do. But, you know, if I physically can't be there, I'm more than happy to do digital keynotes. I did this in Australia just the other day because I couldn't travel there because I'm here. And I'd be more than happy to dial in and do AMAs and talk to people directly. And I'm glad that we have good ambassadors in the Vietnamese community like yourself to represent Cardano well, because I understand a lot gets lost in translation. And when people see like Voltaire and Charles is stepping down, they think, oh, he's leaving. And that's not true. I'm still here. It's just, you know, I'm abdicating in a way that ensures that the blockchain gets to the next level of its evolution and community governance takes over. That's important. And that's not a common concept in corporate governance or a lot of nation-state governance. So it requires a little bit more explanation, and I'm more than happy to do my part. Anyway, there's some questions here, and I want to be fair to both sides because I've taken 3 from Nairobi, so I want to take some here, but I'll get back to you guys too.
Hey, hi Charles. Thanks for creating this space. It's amazing to be able to just bounce ideas off you. I'm from Portugal. I wanted you to come to Portugal. I'm kidding. The same way today's about getting to yes, right? And we're going through this process here. I wanted to basically pick your brains on how you see the day and yesterday going, and also touch a bit on how contrasting I feel that we gave the world such innovative technology to make sure nodes can reach consensus, that we, you know, everything is organic and massive. And how do you see this process? And also I'm concerned, and actually I will mention, for example, someone just created a platform where anyone can comment on a paragraph, sign with their key. And as someone that's a facilitator, I hosted Lisbon Summit and the workshop. I really feel like the debates, so there's a contrast between how innovative our technology is on chain and on L1 and the technology that we're using here. I understand we are like taking the standard approach of raise your arm and do that.
Right.
But if we want to get to the masses, if we want to have nuanced debates on people, if we want to gather, okay, there's 1,000 people saying this, 1,000 saying that, do you also agree that we need tooling online for that?
Yeah, so the challenge is you have to decide what the definition of good enough is. And then you have to decide what is the rate of change of good enough. So the problem with America is that, well, it was exceptional to start. We have no follow-up. And so as a result, we haven't updated the Constitution in 2.5 centuries in a meaningful way. I mean, we've added amendments, but they've been mostly about the monster of the week or on the back of a major conflict like the Civil War or a president abusing a tradition like FDR getting elected too many times. And then we say you can't do that anymore. But structurally speaking, we still have the legislative branch, the judicial branch, and the executive branch, and they behave, roughly speaking, the same way that they behaved at the founding of the country, with some notable exceptions. And because of that, people have optimized in a way to co-opt the system and introduce significant problems for us, especially corporations. It would have been nice to have had a mechanism where we revisit the social contract every so often, maybe 5 years or 10 years, as China does, and have a discussion, is it still working for us, or are there things that we really do need to change? Because the problem is the people that are supposed to change it are the ones benefiting from it, so they're never going to change it. That's why an Article 5 convention is such a tempting and sexy prospect. Here in Cardano, my view is let's get something done that we think is a good starting point, and there's no substitute for time. We have to run the system for some period of time, 6 months, a year, and just live with it, live with the consequences of it. Because in the process of doing that, there's going to be an enormous amount of friction and frustration because of oversights of the governance process. Now, as a parallel track, you're very wise to point out that there is a collaborative model that's exclusive of the workshops, which is treating the Constitution like an open source project unto itself, putting it up on GitHub, allowing anybody to participate and comment, and creating different collaborative tools and creating a network level of knowledge of these types of things. Now, why didn't we do that to begin with? A, because it would have been impossible without a reference point to converge to something. B, a lot of cases when people make changes, they make changes in a direction for a particular issue that they care deeply about, but that's not necessarily the best issue to introduce, especially when you talk about the difference between negative liberties and positive liberties. Negative liberties are liberties of restraint. The government can't fuck with your speech. They can't fuck with your religion. They can't take your property from you. Positive liberties are like, you have a right to health care. You have a right to education. You have a right to X, Y, and Z. Well, hang on a second here. What does that mean? How do I, in a constitution, define quality education? If we were born in 1850, it would mean that you have a teacher that teaches you to read. If you're born in 2024, does that mean like bachelor's degree, master's degree, PhD? What if there's all this newfangled technology you want to learn about? It's like all certificate programs free? Like, how do we make that? It's evolving. So do I have to go modify the Constitution every time we create? Well, what about these nano degrees that Udacity's come up with? Is that also including your right to education? Same for healthcare. Does right to healthcare mean you get MRIs, CAT scans? What happens when I invent some newfangled technology? Is that also in the right? Who gets to decide that? And what if I disagree with the decisions that they've made? Well, I'm sorry, you're out of luck. And what's the appeals process? Then we have to create a governance model and a government distribution around a good. And that's the challenge of positive liberties. They sound really, really good, but in the process of implementing them, you end up picking winners and losers, and you exclude people. Negative liberties always include everybody. Your freedom of speech is the same as his and his and his and his. And no matter what, I can't intervene to any of you. The minute you have positive liberties, you always exclude somebody. Because if you overconsume something, there's no finite resources, I have to take it out of somebody else's pocket somewhere. So you won, but she lost. Or she won and you lost. That's what rationing does. So when you have an open constitutional process with people who haven't, like yourselves, as delegates and alternates, taken the time to educate yourselves on these things, they don't understand the nuances of these things. So what ends up happening is it becomes an all-you-can-eat buffet of flowery, magical language, of all these things. And if you read the Constitution of China or North Korea, for example, it actually has great words in it. It's very flowery. Oh, you have all these rights and this, and everybody this and that. And of course, it accomplishes nothing in practice. So an open source project is interesting because what it does is it aggregates the intent and the will and the desires of people, but to say then that translates to must follow and actually put that in is a dangerous proposition. You have to have a guardrail system, a secondary process that filters that down into something that's reasonable. So I think a very reasonable iteration of the constitutional process would be to continue the workshops after we've had some time to reflect on what works and what doesn't work, and then open source the Constitution and gather an enormous amount of community feedback. And then what you do is the same thing that was done with this workshop process, which is we had 63 workshops to discuss and 2 to integrate. So you can have workshops to integrate all of the open feedback and treat it as a first-class citizen to the other stuff, But you do that now with already a set of values. So you say, okay, we have things that are in bounds and things that are out of bounds inside of this. And if this violates the tenets or certain values or things and picks winners and losers, as flowery and nice as it sounds, we're going to exclude it. And there's some precedent now because the system's been running successfully for a while. The other thing is you need objective KPIs in the governance process. You don't just create a government for the sake of creating a government. You create a government because you have to run a society. And within a society, you have functions of the society. You have disputes, you have commercial representation, you have property rights, you have criminal law, you have defense, you have investments into the commons like education and infrastructure, all of these things. So analogously, we have the same. Why do we have administrator inside the contract? Very controversial. Well, we put that there because we wanted dispute resolution power as an ecosystem. We wanted the ability that if somebody screws Cardano and steals money of the commons, like any government, we have the ability to get recourse. If you defraud the United States of America, it's not a pleasant situation for you. The United States will go to the ends of the earth and find you. And if they can't find you, they'll send special forces operators to find you. Okay? As bin Laden learned. It's not a good idea to screw the U.S. And so its dispute resolution mechanisms are very powerful. What about a blockchain? If you screw the Cardano community, well, it is what it is. Move on. And that means we don't take care of our people. They're victims. And there's no recourse. There's no military to defend them. So you have an administrator. One of your criteria can be that they're vicious. If somebody defrauds the Cardano community and it's discovered, they must litigate. It's criteria that you can put in. That's why that's there. So that's reflecting the nation state. Now, is that going to work well in practice? Maybe, maybe not. But it's a starting point, and then you measure it and you see, well, how much fraud is there? How much litigation is there? How many disputes do we have? After a year or two, if there's none, do we need to really change it if it's working well? Maybe, maybe not. Because that's another problem with the open process is sometimes people over-engineer things, and they try to protect you from problems that you don't have. You know, I really don't need in Colorado to buy hurricane insurance. I hope not. You know, and somebody might sit down and tell me, gosh, this is how you design your home to protect you from Category 4 hurricanes. And I think, you know, I'm thinking just somehow, some way that's not going to be a problem for me. You see, and that's the problem with an open process is if the guy writing that clause lives in Florida, they think about that every year. And so that's their number one concern. But is that the community's concern? Is that where we're at? And do we want to really invest the resources and time and effort to resolve that problem? Or are they better deployed somewhere else? Because every dollar you spend, every hour you take from the volunteers here who took the time to be here is an hour and dollar they didn't spend somewhere else. So while we're here, we're not growth hacking Cardano. We're not getting adoption. While we're here, we're not writing code for Cardano. While we're here, we're not getting dApps built on Cardano. While we're here, we're not talking to A16Z and all the venture capital people and these other things and saying, invest in Cardano applications. It's a trade-off, right? So it's easy to overdo it. And you have to eventually cut it somewhere and say, look, it's good enough for now, and let's go focus on other concerns, just like a nation state has to worry about. Yes, the United States of America could go and really, really work hard on pick your favorite demon, social benefits. But are they also then focusing on the Department of Defense? Are they also then focusing on our space program and taking us to Mars or these types of things? And what's the indexing of that? A good governance system is also a weighing mechanism for prioritization. It gives you the ability as a society to say, for our society, what's important to us. If you live in North Korea, the number one priority is the military and the intelligence agencies, because they keep the dictator in power. Any sane country wouldn't do this. They have mass starvation, people dying, eating each other, cannibalism, for God's sakes. Normal, feasible countries would say, we should take all that money and buy food and develop our agricultural business. But when you have a decision maker, one decision maker, the dictator, he says, I'm well-fed. You can see it. And so he said, oh, I don't care if they starve. My number one priority is keeping me in power and having the control. So the military is over-indexed in that society, and that's a governance failure. A free society that's open would never make a decision like that. So we have to look at our government. What you create today here, the Constitution you write, the processes you endow, ultimately they'll start weighing priorities in the budget, and outcomes will occur. And then you have to be intellectually honest. Am I happy and comfortable with these outcomes? Do I like them or do I not like them? 70-30, 70% happy, 30% unhappy. I don't know. You're like Janice, you have two faces, happy face, unhappy face. And then you say, okay, well, how do I build a government where maybe I'm now 80% happy or 90% happy? And you have to be able to talk to people. So equally important to the democratic process is popularity polling and communication discussion. We need to do a better job as an ecosystem of being able to listen to people. Like one SIP that I'm very interested in writing is that when you delegate to a DREP and delegate to a stake pool or put money into a DAP, we can put a pub sub layer on top of it. So you can have the option of subscribing to a news feed from them. What does that mean? It means that a DREP can broadcast then to everybody who's delegated to them, and the people who delegated to them can broadcast to them. It's simple, right? But actually it's very profound, because for the first time ever, you can actually talk to your constituents directly, and by talking to your constituents directly, you can ask them basic questions like, how am I doing? Do you feel represented? It's a very controversial vote. I don't know. Should I vote yes or no on this? This budget coming up, do you have any concerns about it? These types of things. So that's an example of another duty of the governed. Constitution doesn't reference this because it's too low level, but this is an example of a higher level governance consideration. Do we have the appropriate tools to even know if we're doing a good job? And do we care? The U.S. government doesn't care. That's why we're all so angry and we elected the orange man. Okay, and he's going to say, I'm going to make them care by having the rocket man get involved. So we'll see what happens. But we as a Cardano ecosystem have to answer the same question. It's a good question, though. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Gerald, for the opportunity. So I want to narrow down a little bit the topics and to ask you a very particular question. Can you share, please, your thoughts about the net change limit? And the question is...
The next change what?
Net change limit. Do you think that we need to have a range or a threshold, so this limit to be not more, let's say, 25% or not less than some amount, and to have that before proposing it to the DREPs to decide of what the net change limit should be?
Yeah, this is the problem with all protocol parameters is, do you allow people to put an arbitrary value in, or do you have a gated condition where you have to do in several changes over time to gradually move the rolling average in a particular direction? So in the early days of Cardano, we debated this, and we'd put parameters in that you couldn't radically change them. You'd have to change it up to like a ceiling, and then you'd have to do multiple changes to resolve that. It depends on the specific things. And also it depends upon the wisdom behind the initial state of the system. So typically when you look at any parameter, whether it be K or now with the treasury, the withdrawal limits or the mem units and the block size, these are all parameters. There's a large amount corpus of research behind trying to figure out what would be necessary for today. And then you have to model how your network is going to change over time. And you make some assumptions like, what would world look like if we go from 1.4 million delegated users to 5 million or 10 million or 20 million? Then what do the parameters need to be to scale in a way that's elastic to that? And then the question is, how quickly is that growth going to occur? And then that gives you an answer of how you should change these parameters and how quickly you should do that. And then also there's a question of how effective is your governance system? We didn't have one before to change it, so it was just like, and now we have one. We have SIP 1694. So technically speaking, we could change them very frequently if the DREPs and the Constitutional Committee plays ball with that. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other about it because I'm not close enough to these types of things on a daily basis, but I do know that the SPOs are, the Budget Committee is, the core protocol developers are, and that's why they form committees, like protocol committees and these types of things that intersect. Foundation has strong opinions about this, as do employees of IOG. And I just say, have at it. They participate in these types of things. And I stay out of that debate because I don't know enough to be able to intelligently say it should be 0.5 or 0.25 or a particular value. You know, and usually where that demand comes from, like I remember Meld came to us years ago. Now that they've left, we can poo-poo them a bit. But Meld came to us a little bit ago. And they said, Cardano is flawed. And I said, why? They said, it doesn't scale. I said, okay, well, what do you want to do? And they said, we want to increase the block size. I said, okay, what do you want to increase it to? 1 megabyte a block. I said, 1 megabyte every 20 seconds? Yes. That's the only way Cardano can compete with Solana and these other systems, or else we're going to leave. I said, well, maybe you could develop your DApp a little differently to take advantage of UTXO and all these things. No. We just want to increase the block size to 1 megabyte. In their world, that made a lot of sense, right? Did it make any sense to you guys? Megabyte blocks every 20 seconds? No. Obviously, that's not good. So that's the other side of protocol parameters is typically the person asking, they're asking because something in the parameter set is getting in the way of their business logic. And you always have to ask, is that a particular concern or network level concern? And if it's a network level concern, well then why can't there be a broad coalition of people who also experience that problem? And why then isn't there a strong demand to change it? Why we haven't been able to change things today is because we didn't have the governance process to do that. But now we do. So my advice is spend the next 3 to 6 months and see what happens with the protocol parameters as the Chang +1 hard fork turns on and that capability turns on, and then see if it seems to be resolving itself. If it doesn't, well then obviously we have a bigger problem and we need to actually address that particular problem, and there will be strong demand to address that problem because there's going to be tons of very powerful people who are, IO included, suffering from that problem on a pretty regular basis. That's the best non-answer I can give you to your question, because again, it's hard to argue for a particular parameter without talking about the process upon which we would even think about making those changes. Does that make sense?
Yes, it's actually a network level concern because it's a fear that the DREPs may decide that this net change limit is as much as the treasury and we withdraw everything at once.
Yes.
So this is the concern actually, so it's network level.
But then you're assuming the Constitutional Committee won't do its job and put in checks and balances, and that's what I was telling the other guy, is like, are we dealing with a phantom problem or a real problem? So I know the interim CC would never do that. And because 4 of the 7 are institutional players who've over-indexed on stability of the system. Future constitutional committees may have a difference of opinion, so vote accordingly. And the other thing is, if you do want to change it, the question is, well, what data would we require to know what a reasonable value is? Because we haven't even done one budget process yet. So we probably should at least do one budget process before we start fucking with the parameter, right? And so it's not, I'm not saying it's not an important conversation, but I was trying to answer it in the most general way and say, it's not just this, it's all network parameters. It's K, it's the mem units, it's the block size, you go down the list, and every one of these things were built with certain assumptions behind them. Laos, for example, radically changes all the network assumptions. So every single network parameter is going to have to be addressed and changed as a consequence of Laos. That's going to be a colossal fight. And the budget process is going to create some issues. And we're going to start talking a lot about the Treasury. And there's going to be tons of people that try to loot the Treasury. And the system's ability to protect that function is one of the things that we're going to have to overcome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a good question, though. Yes, sir.
G'day, Charles. It's official now. It's an AMA, not non-official. Just wanted to say thank you from the Australian community who are tuning and watching. When you spoke at the AusCryptoCon, Phil Lewis, Mark Byers, and myself were hosting the Intersect Hub there. After your speech, it became a full-time job. We had queues of people basically wanting to know more, and then all the ADA holders basically coming out saying, hey, we exist, we're not scared to talk now, because it was about 99 projects that weren't on Cardano there, and only one being us. So it was really cool, so we want to see more of it. The actual question is, from election integrity in Australia, there has been concerns of the voting system, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm having trouble hearing. Can you keep the mic a little closer to your face?
Yeah, so with the voting systems in Australia, there's been concerns. I mean, there's nothing official, but the question's around how would you actually start a conversation with governments or elected officials around looking at the integrity of the voting system?
So we've had governments come to us and say, hey, we're going to do a blockchain voting RFP. Can you bid on it? I say, well, sure. Let me first ask you a question. They say, what? And I said, are we also looking at your identity systems? And they say, no, it's just voting. I say, I'm not interested. Voting is inseparable from how you identify who is a citizen and what are your criteria. So you can build a strong voting system if it's not constructed, if the identity system is not constructed the right way, you are building the most advanced and secure way to count counterfeit votes. So you have to do both. So that's usually the first conversation is it real or is it just, hey, we need to say blockchain, okay? The second thing is, what problem are you trying to solve with the blockchain system? There is the problem of integrity and auditability and verifiability. There's also the problem of access. Okay, so access is what paper ballots are like in the United States. And what's so crazy is people are just, they're insane because they're saying contradictory things. I say, okay, why can't I check my vote? Oh, you could sell your vote. Okay, so why do mail-in ballots exist? Because a mail-in ballot gets mailed to me. I can open it up. Bob over here can say, all right, fill it out. Okay, sign it. He gives me $100. I mail it. How can the government know? So you're telling me I can't check my vote because I could sell it, but then you give me a means, the best means of all time to sell my vote, and you say both things in the same sentence. They're not thinking logically, okay? We're smart people in the blockchain space. You guys are much smarter than your average politician, believe me. So first you also have to say, like, where are you indexing your concern base in? Is it accessibility? Is it participation? Is it the level of information of the voter? Is it the ballot architecture? So what voting systems are we using, like ranked choice versus plurality? Then you start looking at other concerns like security and integrity and these types of things. Okay. Typically speaking, you probably will have to advocate a hybrid system. So it's never going to just be blockchain. You'll have a paper and a blockchain system. You vote with the blockchain, it prints a receipt in the paper side that the government has. You vote with paper, it creates a log on the blockchain. See? So they audit each other. And there should be a one-to-one correspondence between the receipt that's in paper and the blockchain record. So that means if the blockchain gets hacked, paper side audits that. If the paper disappears, the blockchain side audits that. So this gives you the ability to detect tampering of the system. And there's actually several prominent cryptographers in the e-voting world who develop systems, including one that Microsoft developed, that I think would be a reasonable candidate. Then there's a question of, well, what blockchains do we anchor these things on? If I was given the contract for a system like this, I'd use Hyperledger Dentist for the identity side. I'd build the dual paper system and work with the local secretaries of state to make it interoperable for all the 50 states. And then on the blockchain side, I would use Cardano as the primary component and then have an anchoring system to hash the outcome on the Bitcoin blockchain as an ordinal. So you have two systems auditing each other, right? And you have a batching mechanism. That would be a revolution because you could vote on your phone then. And we would build a voting app for Android and iOS that uses trusted execution environments for it. So even if your phone gets hacked, the TEE will actually be quite secure. And then with the identity system, we'd create a biometric registration system with a PIN code. Okay, so put your thumb in and you put a 6-digit PIN code, and that's your voter registration, and it connects to your voter ID system. Then you put in anonymous creds, so you have a zero-knowledge system, and it creates the anonymity behind your voting system. This is a general-purpose framework that can be used basically for any election. If it's a low-priority election, you can do it blockchain only, and it costs nothing to run the election. If it's a high-priority election, like a federal election, like the president or your state officials, then you turn on the paper side because there's a cost to running a system like that. And then you link these two components together. So I've thought about this a lot, and I'd love to solve that problem. The challenge is politicians are not experts in elections. They don't understand. Second, cynically, they don't want to fuck with it because the minute you open that up, third parties come in and say, maybe, just maybe, we should have a voting system where you don't throw your vote away. Maybe, just maybe, instead of saying it's Alice versus Bob, you pick your top 5 candidates. Alice, Bob, Jane, Jim, Jones, and somebody picks Bob, Alice. So suddenly you vote for third-party candidates, right? And suddenly third-party candidates start winning. And in America in particular, the Republicans and Democrats start losing seats to third parties regionally. They wake up and no party is in the majority anymore. You have to form a coalition like some people do. That's one of the biggest reasons why they don't fuck with voting. Okay, Tom Woods told me many years ago, Charles, there's something stupid going on that is obviously wrong, and you don't understand why. It's because somebody's making money or somebody got power. So why don't we fix voting? Well, it doesn't take a genius to figure this one out, because somebody is benefiting from the way the voting system is. And in America, we have this great bipolarity. You know, if the Republicans win, the Democrats say it is the most fraudulent election of our lifetime. So many people were disenfranchised. And then when the Republicans lose, the Democrats say it's the most secure election of our lifetime. We've never had an election this secure before, right? And we both know it's bullshit. They all know it's bullshit. Just like Biden saying, I'll never pardon Hunter, and then he pardons Hunter. By the way, if he didn't have dementia, he had an opportunity, if he just had one political brain cell left, to actually do the greatest mic drop in the history of politics. He could still pardon his son. He should have pardoned Trump at the same time. Just pardon them both and say, okay, guys, the Justice Department's corrupt. I'm out. And then what are the Republicans going to say? They're going to be like, yeah, we want to complain.
Back to your point, they're not smart.
Yeah. Anyway, so there's a little diversion there, but it shows you it's like you got to bring people together, right? Make them both angry. And voting is the same way. People get power and money from the system the way it is, and you have to be willing and have the courage and appetite to go for the whole banana. It's not good to change a system partially, because you never get the result that you want. You have to rip out the entire thing as a unit and put a new unit in and roll people in. Now, you talk to politicians, if they really want to engage with you, what you do is you do a gradual rollout. So in America, we have a primary and a caucus system. So what you do is you say, maybe we don't do blockchain-based voting for all elections. We just do it for the primary system and get people used to it. And maybe then we do it for counties, for the local elections, like the mayors and these types of things. And then maybe statewide elections. And then after we're done with all of that, we flip it to federal. But you've already gained credibility and trust in the system, because every step of the way, you've kind of worked credibility in. So there's momentum behind these things as well. And yet do have to understand that 70, 80-year-old people are going to be intensely distrustful of technology that they never grew up with and understand. That said, they're being replaced by younger people like Vivek Ramaswamy and these J.D. Vances and these people who actually were born in my generation, who grew up with the internet, who grew up with Nintendos, who grew up with cell phones. So when you say things like online voting, yeah, that kind of makes sense. You say that to a person in their 70s and 80s, you know, their childhood was comic books and bicycles, and they had a shared phone, and they had to ride 5 miles uphill both ways to get into town. They'd be like, no, that technology's scary. You remember the evening paper? World worked better in the evening paper. Get our news in the evening. Good question, though.
Thank you. Anyone else?
We have 10 minutes. Okay. All right, I'll take one more.
Hey, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to start by saying thank you for making Cardano. It's been my life's mission for the last 7 years, and I think I'm going to be here for a long time to come. I also want to thank you for standing with optimism and against nihilism. It's a big passion of mine. I think that nihilism has taken over society, and it's really bad because nobody believes, and if you don't believe, you can't fix anything.
Right.
And now that I'm done with that, I want to make some questions. On the one hand, I heard you talking about recovering wallets, and it's something that's very passionate to me because a lot of my friends are not tech guys and they are afraid of it. So I've been working with multi-sig wallets and smart multi-sig wallets, and I've made CIP 106 and CIP 141 to connect those wallets to dApps. And it's something that I would really love to have some cooperation with IOG and your efforts, and maybe come together with Genworth. He also talked to you, I think, yesterday.
Yeah, you definitely need to cooperate with us. So have you met Brandon Wolf yet?
No.
He's the general manager of Lace. And so all of our wallet efforts are under that department of the company. So Chelsea Jules, my EA, go ahead and get her contact, and then she'll put you in contact with Brandon. But I'm super interested in this. And also I'd love, since you've written some standards, to bring you into the DREC conversation that we're doing with Hedera and Algorand and the other guys. Because we're trying to get more Cardano people participating in wallet standards. And you're ahead of us since you wrote the SIPs.
I'll get the information and make sure to reach out. The other thing is I'm trying to establish myself as a respectful businessman in Greece, because my major dream for blockchain is to integrate it in government and sort of take away their ability to be corrupt without them realizing what I'm doing. I was wondering if you have a playbook or an office or someone I can communicate with, because I understand this is something a lot of people are doing in a lot of countries. And if we can organize and, avoid each other's pitfalls, it's something that I think would be really good.
So I've been working in Greece since actually early 2016. Agalos Kiasis is our chief scientist. We have a lab at University of Athens. Half our fucking papers have Greek names on them. We use a lot of Greek letters too. Thank you for that. I think probably the easiest thing you could do if you want to because I've thought about this a lot. Actually, the president of my company loves Greece, and we've often talked a lot about how could we build a bigger footprint in Greece and what industries could we impact. Tourism is a huge component of the economy, and unfortunately there's not a lot of tax compliance. So something involving that or some of the agricultural inputs probably would be an easy industry to get in and resolve. But it's a Pandora's box for me because it's the politics in Greece are extremely serpentine. And the bureaucracy is extremely entrenched too.
If they realize you are trying to remove corruption, you're gone.
Yeah.
They are not going to let you.
Yeah, don't touch the church. No. It's a complicated one, but we can talk offline and brainstorm a little bit because it is something that we always wanted to do something cool on. I thought an antiquities project would be really nifty because Greece is pretty angry that the British came and stole a bunch of stuff. In fact, when you go to the Acropolis Museum, you see the empty spaces, and they say, the British Museum has it, please give it back, right? So one of the things you might be able to do to get more Greek participation and pride is take all the artifacts, of which many are just in paper labeled, and get them on the Cardano blockchain. Then everybody's, that's the thing that shows all the people who stole our stuff around the world and what's missing, and then becomes like a Greek thing. And then you can expand that very easily and say, well, since we're doing our artifact registration system with this, well, why don't we do our land registration system with this as well? And then you just kind of have mission creep and you slowly absorb everything. And that's how you start rooting out the corruption because you notice there's inconsistencies in the records. And then you say, that guy's getting a bribe. Or something
once you're in a few places, people realize and start expanding.
And Greece is a unique place. Italy is another, but Greece in particular, there's a lot of old stuff. And so you probably can get all that on the blockchain. I'd love to chat offline with you about that if that's something that's interesting to you, because it's a big passion of mine. And I've always wanted to actually get everything in the Vatican archive and onto the Cardano blockchain. That's like one thing I wanted to do before I die as a good Italian,
Yeah, I'd love that too. Thank you for your time.
So talk to Chelsea. All right, I'll take a few minutes to eat.
Observers, please work your way back to your seats. We will be getting underway in a minute. Again, delegates, please make your way to your seats, both in Buenos Aires and Nairobi. Looks like we're still missing a couple folks.
Oop. Well, that's the first time it's happened this whole time.
If it only...
Really good. Yeah, right? Yeah, it's okay.
It's looking like we'll get this taken care of while folks are talking. think we've got everybody here.
All right, if everyone please move to their seats. We need to begin the process again. We need to get back into session. Please return to your seats.
Okay, welcome back. I hope you had a nice lunch, a nice dinner over in Nairobi. And as we're getting back together and moving into the voting ceremony, Charles had a few thoughts that he'd like to share with you.
The chair recognizes Charles Hoskinson.
Hi, everybody. You guys all having fun? So this is democracy in action. It's tedious, it's technical, it's very pedantic, and I wouldn't be any other place in the world right now. It's great. I'm proud of all of you. You have disagreed, but you have not been disagreeable. There's been a decorum and a respect inside this room, despite the fact that you come from many different places in the world, many different cultures in the world, many different beliefs in the world. You have found ways, despite the fact that you have differences of opinion from time to time, to converge to decisions and accept, in some cases, disagree and commit. That's really, really cool. And actually, we're making real progress, and we're starting to understand that we need to separate the desire for future improvement from where we're at today. There are definite deficiencies that we need to address in the coming months and years. I was just talking to Patrick offline while you guys were having lunch, and I do agree, for example, that we need clear definitions on the concept of an administrator and how you resolve these types of things. Instead of trying to say, well, it's Bob or Alice or Jim, is you just define the functionality that you want from an administrator. And if somebody argues that a smart contract can do
Charles,
that,
one moment here. Sorry to interrupt. Nairobi just went off.
Oh.
And so I want to make sure they're able to hear everything. One moment.
well, can we pause the clock?
Yes,
Oh,
we
got
can
18
certainly. That's the easy thing. That's the easy thing.
I paid for this microphone.
Yeah.
That was Reagan, right? 1980, when he ran for president.
Yes,
Or
well-
actually, I think that might have been 1976 when he ran for president against Ford. My memory is failing me. Nairobi, are you back?
Nairobi, are you back?
Okay.
Wonderful.
So deficiency, administrator. You define the properties. What does an administrator do? What do you want out of an administrator? What's the functional and non-functional requirements? Use product lingo. Okay. Once you've done that, if somebody's arguing a smart contract can satisfy that, what do? They write the smart contract, right? And then by definition, it satisfies the requirements. It is an administrator, and it has the rights of administrator. There you go. What's the intent behind that? Well, every nation state has certain functions about it. If you mess with the United States of America, as I was saying during my AMA, we will go to the ends of the earth to make your life miserable, including sending people in the middle of the night in helicopters, okay? So that's why it's really not a good idea. So what happens when you mess with a blockchain? Who are the Navy SEALs of the blockchain? What's the recourse? Well, blockchains in most governments in the world don't have legal character or agency. So that administrator language, why was that put there? It was put there because I wanted to protect people. We wanted to protect people. We wanted to have a situation if somebody defrauds the Cardano ecosystem, there's an entity that can sue. Pretty simple, right? Makes sense. So when we think about this, what we have to think about is holistically and say, where's the world going? And if we don't know, let's be ambiguous, because we don't know and we don't want to overprescribe. And if we do know, let's direct our efforts in a way that ensures that it grows in that direction. I know a few things about the Cardano Treasury. I know, one, it's going to get bigger over time. Number two, it's going to get diverse. Because of partner chains, there's a path where people who issue partner chains pay fees and block rewards, a percentage of them, just like ADA, into the Treasury. So we go from a one-token Treasury, ADA, to an N-token Treasury, many different tokens inside that Treasury. Okay, well, who manages that? You have to think about it. So generic language like administrator, it gives you a cop-out as a constitutional drafter to say, well, you know, the community can figure that out, and sufficiently broad, probably we can have a third party if we want to manage that and figure out if we want to sell certain tokens and buy certain tokens. Like, for example, what if we succeed and become the DeFi layer of Bitcoin? 20 years, billions of Bitcoin transactions on Cardano. What does that mean? We have accumulated an enormous amount from transaction fees of wrapped Bitcoin in the Cardano Treasury. We could end up holding 10,000 or 100,000 Bitcoin in Cardano's Treasury. What do we do with it? Who decides that? How do we manage that? So as constitutional drafters, these are some of the thought experiments as you kind of go through and you're thinking about voting yes or no, or you're deciding what's a today concern versus a tomorrow concern. You have to start asking that. The same for ADA. Like, for example, we're always thinking in terms of selling ADA. We stabilize the asset. We convert it into USDC or USDM or something like that so people can be paid because of volatility. But what if we have a sovereign wealth fund and it makes a lot of money for Cardano? Is there ever a situation where the interest that the Treasury is gaining from its assets, which could even be physical, like gold and land at some point in the future, makes enough money that it starts buying ADA off the open market and giving it back into the Treasury? Norway did this, not a cryptocurrency, but they put their sovereign wealth fund into that, got $1.5 trillion. Norwegians are rich, man. They made very good decisions. We did not in America. And so we're in debt up to our eyeballs. They're going to give us a bailout one of these days. We'll go and talk to Uncle Sven. So something to think about, not prescribing one way or the other, but as constitutional authors, you have to always have one foot in the future and one foot in the present. Present is about what is going to be a concern in the near horizon and what are some foundational things we need to put in so that we're able to navigate in the future. What work streams do we require so that we can grow in the directions that we want to grow into? Another thing to consider here is that governments are easy to overbake and overconstruct. You can spend thousands and thousands of, and believe me, I'm surrounded by scientists and cryptographers and engineers. I've had these conversations arguing about things that could happen in life. Technically speaking, one of those Starlink satellites that's floating around could come crashing down from the sky and hit the roof in just the right way and kill me on this stage. It actually is in the probability space of events that are possible. I have a better chance of winning the lottery 3 times and marrying Gisele Bündchen. It's not going to happen, okay? So why then do I need to think about how do I shield myself from that falling satellite? So always, when you're constructing these types of things, you missed. So always, when you're constructing these things, always keeping in mind, like, is this a high probability event, low probability, high risk, low risk, these types of things. And I would encourage you as delegates to push your efforts in directions of stuff that if we fuck it up, it kills everybody, stops the dream. Get that solved. You have to leave this room, if you're voting yes, in your heart thinking, I am like a doctor, I've done no harm. I might have not done any good, I may have not cured your disease, but at least I wasn't Garfield's doctors and killed you, okay? You have to leave this room with a belief that you think it's either going to improve things or at least not harm things. And if you think there's something catastrophic that this document contains, even if everybody else is voting yes, vote no for it. That's my advice to you, because this is one of your duties as a delegate, to create that foundation. And then a discussion can be had, and people can put collective wisdom together, and there can be a real understanding of why is this a problem and how do we resolve it. That's how you make forward progress, because the other stuff is still important, but governance systems need time to bake. The United States of America, the Constitution wasn't our first governing document. The Articles of Confederation were. And only after our soldiers not getting shoes in wintertime and not being properly fed and having a litany of other problems and nobody taking it seriously on the world stage, did we realize that we kind of sort of needed a new document because the system that the Articles of the Confederation designed was not suitable. And the people going into the U.S. Constitutional Convention carried those grievances because in many of them were people missing toes and fingers and skin from not having shoes in winter because they fought in the Revolutionary War. Almost all of them were part of that shared experience. And they understood the problems that came from that. So everybody in Cardano land, once we get a constitution through, is going to live with the consequences of a constitution. Positive or negative, good and bad. They're going to endure, for better or for worse, the wisdom of this crowd. And one of the most important work streams is our ability to communicate and measure outcomes. Okay? So we need to know honestly and objectively what's going on. One of the SIPs we're going to write, and we're going to try to get this in through software, is some form of a pub subsystem for when you delegate to a DREP, you delegate to a stake pool operator, or send funds to a contract, there's a mechanism to subscribe to it. Why? Because it's probably important that people be in communication with the DREPs. And it's probably important that the DREPs be in communication with the people who trust them and delegate to them. It's such a simple thing. But it's a very powerful thing because it's a dialogue. And that's your antenna to detect errors in the system. So as delegates, that's another work stream as you look at the work streams here, to integrate into all of those work streams to ask, how will we know when it's not working? How will we know? And is that detection system sufficient or is it problematic? A few years back, there was a submarine called the Titan that OceanGate built. And that lovely engineer, Stockton Rush, he said, you know what? I have the most advanced hull. It's carbon fiber. It was built and it's great. I said, well, how do you know if it has a problem? He said, oh, I have this detection system right here. It'll begin beeping if there's an issue. Okay. Well, catastrophic implosion kills you in less than 0.0001 seconds. So, like, do you get an hour notice? Do you get 30 minutes? Do you get, like, a minute? Nah, it's like about... Actually, it comes off when the hull is compromised. Oh, so you'll be dead before you even hear it. Not a good system, right? He wasn't a very good engineer. You're engineers of society. So as you build these things, always keep in the back of your mind, and if you don't think there's enough in this, and there's not a work stream accounting for it, vote no until there is. This is an opportunity to ask, what are the detection systems to know this is wrong? There's a problem in the house. Okay? That's why the administrator, going back to that, not to hark on that example, but I don't feel comfortable unless I know there's some legal entity that's going to have to be accountable in some way to answer the community were the funds wasted or not. It's a very important thing because this is your money. If you mined ADA, you transacted, 20% tax was put on you and me and the foundation and others for that. The Treasury didn't just come from nowhere. It got filled as a consequence of economic activity. It's the people's money. It should never be wasted. It should never be stolen. So we have to ask ourselves, do we feel that there's an appropriate control mechanism in place, either here or there or somewhere, where that's okay? And if it's not, then vote no until you get comfortable on behalf of the people that elected you for such a thing. Okay? And then people need to be reasonable and understand there's separations of powers and different layers and these things. And it's true for all articles in this. The advantage of the process we followed is we've already had these conversations. This is not the first time you've seen this. This is not the first time you've thought about this. All of you have invested an enormous amount of time. So the foot that you have in the present is not on mud, it's on granite. It's on a very thick ground. You probably already have strong opinions. You probably have already thought about concerns. So as we close out the week, I'd encourage the other foot, the foot that's looking towards the future, to find that equal solid ground. And if you don't know, this is why it's so good for all of us to be in person. Talk to people. These are your neighbors, your colleagues. These are people who care just as much as you and have those types of conversations, especially the people that are voting no. What is keeping you up at night? And maybe you have an answer, maybe they have an answer, and that's how this process continues. And we will converge, and surprisingly so. We've already made enormous progress if you think about it. Every step of the way, every temperature check, every committee meeting, every single time we've had a workshop, we have changed something, we've grown a little bit, and the language gets a little bit better. Another component of good governance and leadership is understanding that people will always have different perspectives than you. The equity example is a real-life example of that. If you're a non-native English speaker, words seem the same. But if you live in certain societies and cultures, especially societies and cultures that tend to use language in a very particular way, they're saying things in a very particular way to attempt to elicit a philosophy. Why should somebody who wasn't born in that culture natively understand that? Why would they? Is it fair to imprint that ideology on them and say, oh, they should know this, they should know better? You know, people who grew up in the Soviet Union, I have many friends who came from the former Soviet Union. You could never criticize the government. It's the surest way to get yourself killed. So they developed a hidden vocabulary for telling people actually what's happening. And so if you were from Eastern Europe or from Russia, you actually, if you're older, know this vocabulary. So it's like a way of criticizing the government without criticizing the government. That's socially acceptable. You tell it to an American, it goes way over your head. You're like, okay. You don't pick up the nuance. You tell it to an old Russian, he's like, holy shit, Gorbachev did that? Oh my God. Right? So context matters. And if we don't have the context before immediately reacting and pouncing on people, it's probably good to have a conversation. I was just talking to Einstein about that earlier today, and he pointed that out, very rightfully so. It's super important we take the time, if somebody's having a very passionate reaction to something like the word equity, kind of trying to understand where they are coming from and why they're so concerned about it. And then usually what ends up happening, if you have an open conversation like we did, you achieve the same goal, which was fair and impartial. In this case, literally, we just took the definition and took the words out of the definition, put them in the Constitution. Great fix, guys, smart. But everybody's happy. There's no winners and losers, right? It's win-win. That's what listening, that's what cooperation, that's what discussion gets people at the end of the day. We have to prove to the world we have a right to lead. And we can't do that unless we lead ourselves. And this is our first major governance challenge as an ecosystem. People who've never met each other before or knew each other from distance have come together to Argentina and to Nairobi to have a discussion about the future of a $40 billion ecosystem that has the potential to be a $1 trillion ecosystem and has already changed the lives of millions and is waiting for the right to change the lives for billions. You are the gatekeepers for the next step of the evolution. The collaboration models here are a work stream unto themselves. How you meet, talk to each other, what you do and what you don't do is how we will evolve and grow the government. That's a thread that should never be lost because it's going to happen again. We will have another update to the Constitution. And so a retrospective is not only important, it's vital for this process. And it's important that you stay in contact with each other. These are permanent friends you're going to have for the rest of your lives. These are people that you will know 10 years from now or 20 years from now. You're going to talk to these people on a regular basis and get to know them. So I would encourage you to maintain those relationships and contacts. And I encourage you to spend some time with them and make sure that you have each other's phone numbers, make sure you're in the same Discord, make sure you're on Telegram. Whatever messaging apps you use those. Because in the process of using those, you can then have conversations about what are the next steps, where are we at, where are we not. You can do a temperature check every single day, and I will tweet weird memes about it. That's fun. And that's how you get greatness. That's where Bitcoin came from. I was there in the very early days. It was not about the money. You know that meme of the guy in the gold chainmail saying, I'm in it for the technology. We actually were in it for the technology because Bitcoin wasn't worth anything. It was like $1 or less. And it went up to $30, and we said, oh my God, this is so insane. It's at $30. Can you believe it? And it collapsed to 4, and everybody's like, well, that was fun. Let's all go home. What kept Bitcoin alive was that people literally did that. They kept talking to each other. They kept in contact with each other. I can't tell you how many numbers I have on my phone that are 14 years old that now belong to billionaires. All of them are in the Bitcoin space. It's like, did some space stuff recently, had to talk to Jed McCaleb. He turns out he owned the company that I was talking to. I said, Jed owns your company? He's like, yeah. I just called him. Because I have his number. You know, I remember him as the guy who started Mt. Gox before he sold it to Mark, and Mark fucked it up. That was my recollection. Yeah, had some fights with the XRP community. Yeah, that's the Jed I know, not the guy building space stations. That's pretty cool. You see, and there's going to be a Jed in this room, right? You guys are the future. You're the entrepreneurs. You're going to build the dApps. You're going to do great things. At least one of you is going to break through and do something really significant that will change probably your nation. Somebody in this room might be a president one day. I guarantee it, because you have the appetite for that. So that's why it's important you stay in contact, because you're going to need those contacts for yourself and others. And in the process of doing that, keep working, keep pushing forward. We have a lot more to do. Whether it's a yes vote or no vote, we will continue pushing. We eventually will get to yes, one way or the other. And when we do that, that is a milestone, a checkpoint. The work streams will continue. The process will continue, and eventually we will get to a much better government than the one that we have here today. But I hope this gives you some lessons and gives you some wisdom about how to think about it. I'm not going anywhere. I just have a different role, and I'm trying very hard to recuse myself as much as possible. In closing, I've said this on Facebook, and I've said this on Reddit and Twitter and other places. I mentioned that after the new government turns on, input-output will not have an official function. We're currently an interim Constitutional Committee member. We're not going to be running for the Constitutional Committee, and we will not be participating as a DREP. So I'm recusing myself from the on-chain government. I could easily stay in, but I chose to stay out because you need to create space for fresh blood and new leaders. You've all heard from me for a decade. You know how to reach me. You see my AMAs, you see Twitter. But what about all of you? How do people reach you? How do people get your profiles? How do people get your ideas? And if it's just my ideas, no matter how good they are, they're flawed in that they miss things. How many things have I missed that you wish I didn't miss? How many fights have I started that you wish I didn't start? And you know what? This room is much better able to run things than a guy like me, because you know what? You're going to catch each other. And the aggregation of you is going to have a lot more wisdom and systematic consideration. And you've already proven that by the fact that we are this close to a ratified document. And within 48 hours, there's a better than 50% chance that we will have that after 2 years of discussion for something so controversial. The Bitcoin ecosystem, as big and magical and incredible it is, has never been able to come together with a single code of ethics, a single unifying document with integrity. There's hundreds of millions of them. They're worth $2 trillion. Nation states are thinking about buying it as a sovereign asset, but they don't have a constitution. It's implied, but if you tried to do this in Bitcoin, it would fail. And guess what? We're 48 hours away from having potentially a document that can go and get ratified where we succeeded at a scale of millions of people in over 100 countries for those people. That is an achievement of a lifetime. And if this is the only thing you ever did in your life, it's pretty fucking special. So give all of yourselves a pat on the back for that. This industry is watching, as I've said before, and they're watching this process. There's so much skepticism. People say it can't be done. They say it's just not possible to bring a decentralized ecosystem together without a king or a leader or a dictator and just force upon people governance, especially without the power of a barrel of a gun. You did it in a way that no one has ever done it before, and you have converged to a point. So that gives me hope, and that gives me absolute belief that the future is not only going to be better than the past, but it will be decentralized. So thank you for realizing the dream that I laid on the table in my TED Talk in 2014 when I talked about all the magical things that blockchain can do. Not only have you proven it can do it, you've proven to the entire world that it can do it. And the next part means that we actually get a chance to change the rest of the world. So thank you all.
We had to let that applause go, Charles. We had to let that one go on. Thank you, Charles, so much for the words. Thank you for the support of this process. Again, this is a process. This is not the end. This is the beginning. We have moved to the point where we will be opening the vote on the Constitution. Mercy, in Nairobi, are you also prepared
Yes.
to open the vote?
Yes, we are ready to open the vote.
Thank you, Mercy. My final words on this subject as your chair are that we have worked, we have listened to each other's voices, we've ensured that we were all heard. I came here with 3 principles in mind. The first, no one should be 100% happy. The second, governance matters. It's important. And what we're doing, the work here, is important and has to be done. And the third, and I'm sad to say it's the only one I failed, was make governance boring, because this was not a boring process. So thank you all for your time and attention. And at this point, what we are doing is we are voting. Is the Constitution sufficient to move forward to the on-chain process? And I'm going to hand it over to Eric.
Okay. So just briefly here, I'll run through the steps that we're going to take. The first being that you will connect your wallets, okay? Now, because the document is still uploading, all right? We're going to take our time to make sure that the wallets are all connected. If there are any issues, we will troubleshoot those to make sure that is set. After that is set and we've confirmed that everybody's been able to connect your wallets, we'll open the voting period. Okay? At that point, we'll put 3 minutes up for folks to register their vote. Okay? Once we confirm that folks have been able to register their vote, we'll then move into live voting declarations. So I will actually, based on seat order, so folks had questions about seat order, I will actually walk through and ask the delegates from each country to stand up and let us know what your vote is. So you have that verbal opportunity to do that. At that point, if there are any discrepancies with what's been registered digitally and what has been said verbally, we'll make sure that that is set, and then we will officially close the vote. Okay? At that point, then voting results will be displayed. Okay? Any clarifications there about that process? All right. We're going to start with connecting wallets. So, Thomas. Give you a mic here.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, so I think you all know what to do. I've been harassing you for the past 2 weeks. So yeah, go ahead and connect your wallets. If there are any problems, then Justin from Clarity will be able to help you, and so will I.
Yes, can we thank the Clarity team for their fantastic work on this tool, and D-Quadrant for the testing of this tool as well. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, so please connect your wallets. Yeah, the link should be going up. Okay, hold on one moment, they're getting that up. It's also in the Telegram channel.
Yeah, it's poll.cardanoconvention.com. Oh, no, it's not. It's not the one that's on the chat. I mean, it should go to the same place. Yeah, it's the second one. So that's poll.cardanoconvention.com.
It's okay, this is why we give a little bit of time to make sure everything's connected. Yes, could this also get posted to convention logistics as well, that link?
What's your name? Oh, maybe
Is the slide getting perfect? There we go.
Justin. Do you want some help? You okay? It's good. It's good. I'm going to pass that on to an expert. How are we looking in terms of...
Get a quick show of hands here, the folks who have been able to connect. Yes.
Wow. I'm so proud of you all. This is awesome.
Okay. I saw at least a couple folks who haven't been able to connect yet, so we'll give another minute or so, just hang tight. Folks in Nairobi could also get a show of hands as to who has been able to connect. Hey. Thank you. I have a couple folks still in here. And Mercy, just to check in based on what I'm seeing, anybody who's not been able to connect in Nairobi?
I think we are all good with the exception of one, so we're waiting.
Sounds good. Same here in Buenos Aires as well. Folks here in Buenos Aires, could you raise your hand if you still haven't been able to connect so we can make sure you get the help you need? So it looks like two folks. Well, hold on. Can you? Looks like there's two folks that need help. Folks who needed some. You're good? Okay. One more? Are you? Is it loading? Okay. We're good. Over in Nairobi, are we all connected? The last individual that needed to be connected.
We will give confirmation shortly. Can you give us a few minutes?
Absolutely, absolutely. That's good. And AV team, once we get to declarations, can we make sure Nairobi is on the big screen? Okay, once we get to declarations. Nairobi, just a friendly check-in to see if any progress on that end in terms of getting the remaining folks connected.
Yes, we are ready.
Okay. Hey, hey. And I will reconfirm in here, we are all connected in Buenos Aires. Fantastic. Are we good? One moment here as we're moving into the next stage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, are you ready to call
Yes,
it?
we're ready.
You got it? So Thomas, are we ready?
We're just going to get it up on screen so you can see it. It went too smoothly. I thought it would take a lot longer. Actually, I shouldn't say that, should I? Yeah, yeah. Are the AV people all right? Are they going to put it up?
So Lloyd and Mercy, I'd like to turn it over to you for the next declaration here.
Buenos Aires would like to declare the voting period open. Mercy.
I would like to declare the voting period open over here in Nairobi.
Thank you, Mercy. The voting period is open.
AV team, can you please put 3 minutes up? Delegates, please register your votes. Just about 1 minute left for any remaining votes.
You need 2 more minutes? AV team, please put 2 more minutes on the timer. We absolutely can accommodate a few extra minutes. With bated breath. Yes, Michael. Might be able to make it happen. I can repeat whatever it is you say as well. Sorry to throw a spanner. You can recognize Danielle on the formatting, that concern. What's the number, Danielle? 6?
Hello? So the line breaks are intentionally at about 80 characters, and the point of that is so that when it's on a smaller screen, looking at it as a .txt file, it's a bit more legible. So we have followed that convention in the file.
Thank you, Danielle. We have one remaining vote. All right. So we've got one remaining vote. If the person who has chosen not to vote as of yet, if there's a question that can be answered or a concern that can be addressed. Nori, is there a concern that can be addressed? Are you delayed? Understood. We have Nori the time to properly deliberate. This is a huge decision, so.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you all for your patience. Important to give the time here. Okay, we have all votes in.
Thank you, delegates, for making your selections on this most important moment. Mercy, is it okay in Kenya for us to close the vote?
Well, we're not going to close the vote yet. We're going to do our actual roll call.
The roll call.
Yep, we're not closing the vote yet. We want to make sure everything matches
guys.
up.
So we're going to go, okay, so roll call time. Sorry,
Yes.
apologize. I recognize Eric to perform the roll call.
All right.
Thank you, we'll get there.
It's okay. Lots of steps, lots of intricacies, yep. So again, what I will do in terms of this roll call is I will briefly call out your country. You then will have the opportunity to stand up briefly, and I will ask you how you voted. Okay, that's when you will verbally speak that out, and then we will move on. We won't be having any speeches. We'll keep them moving forward. Okay? So I will be starting out with the delegate from South Africa, who is over joining us in Nairobi. Our delegate from South Africa, how do you vote?
I'm Deliwa from South Africa. I vote yes.
Thank you, South Africa. And I'd ask that you hold your applause as we go. Congo. I would like to call out the delegate from Congo. How do you vote?
Great. I voted yes.
Thank you, Congo. Our delegate from Tanzania. How do you vote?
Hello, everyone. My name is Evans Kusanga from Tanzania. I voted yes.
Our delegate from Ethiopia. How do you vote?
Hello, my name is Nebiyu, and I voted yes.
Our delegate from Mauritius. How do you vote?
I'm Shahina. It's a yes.
Our delegate from Nigeria. How do you vote?
Yeah, I'm Ubio, and I voted yes.
Our delegate from Accra, Ghana. How do you vote?
Yeah, I'm Efia also. For this historic event, I voted yes.
Our delegate from Tamale, Ghana. How do you vote?
Yeah, my name is Mohammed Mustafa Yakubu Tamale, Ghana. Pleased with the current draft, and he said yes, thank you.
Our delegate from Cameroon. How do you vote?
My name is Maureen, and I voted yes.
Our delegate from Liberia. How do you vote?
Tommy. Liberia is actually in BA,
Yes.
so get him there to announce. Prof. Malik Kone.
All right, Malik. There we go. We make sure the mic is on in here and the mic is ready to pass. Our delegate from Liberia. How do you vote? We need this mic on? Yeah, I'm going to ask that one more time because I want that recorded. Is that mic on?
Hello? Yes.
All right, I'll take it. Back to Nairobi, our delegate from Burkina Faso. How do you vote?
My name is Laurentine, and I voted yes.
Thank you. Back here in Buenos Aires, our delegate from Osaka, Japan. How do you vote?
Hello, my name is Taichi from Osaka, Japan. I voted yes.
Our delegate from Tokyo, Japan. How do you vote?
I'm Krisan, and I voted yes.
Back over to Nairobi, our delegate from Sri Lanka. How do you vote?
Hi, everybody. My name is Calvin Dakaria Perman. I voted yes.
Back here to Buenos Aires, our delegate from the UAE. How do you vote?
Behrang Ravari, and yes.
Our delegate from South Korea. How do you vote?
I'm Jaehyun from South Korea. I voted yes.
Back to Nairobi, our delegate from India. How do you vote?
Hello, everybody. I'm Sri Charan. I voted yes.
Thank you, India. Back here in Buenos Aires, our delegate from Mongolia. How do you vote?
Hey, everyone. My name is Tim Malone. I voted yes.
All right. Back to Nairobi, our delegate from Singapore. How do you vote?
Delegate from Singapore is here. Hello, everyone. My name is Patrick.
Singapore, I believe, is in BA.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Percy. I voted no.
Thank you, Singapore. Our delegate from Sydney, Australia. How do you vote?
G'day, everyone. I voted yes.
Our delegate from Perth, Australia. How do you vote?
My name is Nathan Barkell from Perth, Western Australia, and I voted yes.
Our delegate from New Zealand, how do you vote?
I'm Inji Martine, and I voted yes.
Thank you, New Zealand. Back to Nairobi, our delegate from the Philippines, how do you vote?
Hello, I'm Nathan from the Philippines. Reluctantly, I voted yes.
Also in Nairobi, our delegate from Vietnam, how do you vote?
I'm Quang, representative for more than 100 people in Vietnam, and I vote yes.
Back here in Buenos Aires, our delegate from Taiwan, how do you vote?
Mike Rogero, on behalf of Taipei, Taiwan, the community there, we all vote yes.
Back to Nairobi, our delegate from Indonesia, how do you vote?
My name is Randy, and I voted yes.
Thank you, Indonesia. Back here in Buenos Aires, our delegate from France, how do you vote?
My name is Nori Nishigaya. I represent the Geneva Convention, and I think it's good enough for now, safe enough to try, so I voted yes.
Thank you, France. Our delegate from Portugal, how do you vote?
I'm Lucas from Portugal. I voted yes.
Thank you, Portugal. Our delegate from Germany, how do you vote?
I'm Bastian Thomasberger from Germany, Berlin, and I voted yes.
Our delegate from Spain, how do you vote?
Hello, my name is Jorge from Spain, and I voted yes, of course.
Thank you, Spain. Our delegate from Italy, how do you vote? We're not going to throw it.
I'm Michele, not Michelle, from Italy, and I voted yes.
Thank you, Italy. Our delegate from the Netherlands, how do you vote?
Max van Rossum from Nederland, and given that we can update this constitution, we vote yes.
Thank you, Netherlands. Our delegate from Scotland, how do you vote?
I'm Larissa from Scotland, and we voted yes.
Thank you, Scotland. The delegate from England, how do you vote?
Hi, I'm Mark, and on behalf of the London community, we voted yes.
Thank you, England. Our delegate from Norway, how do you vote?
Kenneth Ulman proudly voted yes.
Thank you, Norway. Our delegate from Austria, how do you vote?
I'm Luca, the delegate from Austria, and I voted yes.
Thank you, Austria. Our delegate from Georgia, how do you vote?
Hi, I'm Andrew from Georgia, and in Kartvuli language, I voted ho, which means yes.
Thank you, Georgia. Our delegate from Serbia, how do you vote?
I'm Katarina from Belgrade, and I voted yes.
Thank you, Serbia. Our delegate from Bulgaria, how do you vote?
My name is Martin Marinov, and on behalf of the Bulgarian Cardano community, I vote yes.
Thank you, Bulgaria. Estonia. That
Hey,
was
everyone.
Bulgaria. One moment. Yep.
Hey everyone, my name is Astra, coming from digital country Estonia, and very honored to vote yes to the revolution of Turkey.
Thank you, Estonia. Our delegate from Greece, how do you vote?
Hello, my name is Evangelos Karakatsis. I'm representing the community of Greece, and we vote yes.
Thank you, Greece. Our delegate from Peru, how do you vote?
Hi, my name is Eric Romero from Peru, and the Peruvian community voted yes.
Thank you, Peru. Our delegate from Sao Paulo, Brazil, how do you vote?
Hello, my name is Maria Carmo. I'm representing the Brazilian community, and I voted yes. Woo!
Thank you, Sao Paulo. Our delegate from Rio de Janeiro, how do you vote?
Hello, my name is Antonio, and I voted yes.
Thank you, Rio de Janeiro. Our delegate from Colombia, how do you vote?
Hello everyone, my name is Jaime Posada. I am representing the community from Bogota, Colombia, and I vote yes.
Thank you, Colombia. Our delegate from Venezuela, how do you vote?
Hi, my name is Wilmer. I represent to Venezuela. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Venezuela. Our delegate from Mexico, how do you vote?
Hi everyone, my name is Christian. I'm representing the Mexico community and we vote yes.
Thank you, Mexico. Our delegate from Paraguay,
Hey,
how do you
everyone.
vote?
My name is Caleb Montiel, and I'm a delegate from Paraguay, and I vote yes.
Our first delegate from Argentina, how do you vote?
Hello, everyone. Hey. My name is Jose. I'm here with my friend Lucas from Buenos Aires, Argentina, and I vote yes.
I vote yes.
Our delegate from Chile, how do you vote?
Hey, my name is Rodrigo. With Mauricio, we represent Chile, and we voted yes, and we're very hopeful of the future of Cardano. Thank you, everyone.
Our delegate from Bolivia, how do you vote?
Hello, my name is Jose Velasquez, and we vote yes as well.
Thank you, Bolivia. Our delegate from Ecuador, how do you vote?
Hola con todos. Mi nombre es David Takuri. Represento a la comunidad de Ecuador. My name is David from Ecuador, and my vote is yes.
Yes. Our delegate from San Diego, how do you vote?
Hi everyone, my name is Rodrigo Gomez, representing San Diego, California, and I voted yes.
Thank you, San Diego. Our delegate from Chicago, how do you vote?
I'm Ken Ladd from the Chicago workshop with participation from the Midwest and Mountain West of the United States, and I voted yes.
Thank you, Chicago. Our delegate from Philadelphia, how do you vote?
My name is Nadia Hopkins, and I'm here representing Philadelphia, and I also voted yes.
Thank you, Philadelphia. Our delegate from Fort Myers, how do you vote?
My name is Zachary Sosby from Fort Myers, Florida, and we voted yes.
Thank you, Fort Myers. Our delegate from Washington, D.C., how do you vote?
My name is Lee Yost, and I represent D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, and I vote yes.
Thank you, Washington, D.C. Our delegate from Austin, how do you vote?
I am Gabriel Talamantes from Austin, Texas. After the results of this workshop, the amazing consensus we have reached, I have changed the vote from Texas from a no to a yeehaw!
Thank you, Austin. Our delegate from Puerto Rico, how do you vote?
I'm Gisela Rosa, and I vote no.
Thank you, Puerto Rico. Our delegate from Vancouver, how do you vote?
Hello, my name is Cameron Smith, delegate from Vancouver, BC, and I think the D-Reps are ready for a shot at this. Yes.
Thank you, Vancouver. Our delegate from Toronto, how do you vote?
Hi, I'm William Doyle from the Toronto Workshop. I vote yes.
Thank you, Toronto. And I'm going to send it back over to Nairobi. Our delegate from Nairobi.
We have one person outstanding here, Nairobi, Kenya.
Our delegate from Nairobi.
Outstanding. My name is Darlington, representing the Kenya Cardano community, and we vote no.
Hold on, Darlington, I didn't catch that because people were giving such a loud round of applause here in the room. I want to give you your due. Darlington, our delegate from Nairobi, how do you vote?
The Nairobi Cardano community votes no.
Thank you, Nairobi. And that concludes the delegates. I want to check and make sure if there are any discrepancies between the verbal vote and what we're good.
It's all good.
Okay. Let's officially... You want to close the vote?
Mercy. Mercy. Give us a moment, guys.
Yes.
1 minute, guys. 1 minute.
I think it's time for music and dance, isn't it?
All right, guys. 1 moment, guys. 1 moment. Mercy.
This is
Mercy,
great.
we have one more temp check to do.
This is amazing.
Mercy. Are you okay, my friend? My dear friend, are you okay? Is it time for us to close the voting period?
We need Reshma.
Are we okay? to
This
close?
is Reshma.
Yeah.
She's the director of fund over here. She is the Nairobi version of Eric. So if we need any music, dance, and anything like that, Reshma is the person.
Perfect. Mercy, may we close the vote from Nairobi? Are you accepting of closing the vote at
Okay,
this time?
so at this point, we are going to close the vote. I think I went a little bit ahead of myself. So
No worries.
we are closing the vote.
Thank you, Mercy. And from Buenos Aires, we will declare the vote is closed.
The vote is closed.
With a 95% success rate. Congratulations, Cardano, on your first constitution moving to the on-chain process. Congratulations. We did it, y'all. Just gotta get the selfie for the whole room. All right, everybody. Here we go. All right.
I want to just give you a moment instead of just moving into the next thing to be here for a few seconds at least. Yeah. Yes, please. Any hugs? High fives? Pictures? Soaking it in?
Music.
I'm afraid they're going to walk away.
Delegates, please don't leave the room because we have one last vote here on the committee.
Delegates, please come forward. Can you please wait? No, it's not. All right. Hey, everyone. We got one more thing to do. We are going to now hold the vote for the chair and vice chair of the Delegate Special Committee that will be running the supplemental materials and future workstreams moving forward. Are you guys all ready? All right. In Kenya, would you guys please get out your envelope of Convention Delegate Committee 1? So Jack and Mercy, the codes for Convention Delegate Committee 1. Jose and Einstein, will you help me pass out these codes? Each member, each delegate and delegates only gets one code. Now, hopefully all of you delegates remember that in your workshops, you use the voting tool to be chosen to attend this convention. This is that same tool, only this time you are electing a chair. Oh, can you hear me? What's that?
We can hear you, yes.
Oh, okay,
Adam,
excellent.
we can hear you.
So for this tool, for this election, you're going to be using the same tool. And I believe the AV team is going to put up the slide with the website that you will go to. And you will receive the codes for that website.
Always when I put my hair up.
You have a smartphone with you with an email address?
With an email, yeah?
Yeah, it's very easy. Okay. Okay. I think we're going to do this in 5 minutes because the team needs a little bit of logistics time. Okay, we ready to go? Okay. Okay, delegates. Every delegate should scan this QR code or go to this website. And then once you go there, you will be able to start registration. I will start registration. Do not try to register yet. Very important. If you would like to run for chair and not just vote on the chair, check the box that says you want to be a candidate. Only the delegates are doing this, that's correct. If you do not want to run for chair, you may register without being a candidate, okay? But you'll all of the delegates will get to vote. Mercy, is everything good in Kenya?
Codes are being sorted, so give us a few minutes.
That sounds just fine. Email? Oh, you will first need to enter your email to receive the link. Once you enter your email, you'll be able to register your code. So please log in via the magic link on email, and then use the paper code to register. This is only the delegates.
Yes.
Nairobi has. Jack has. Okay, when you have registered delegates, you should see a thing that says registration started. If you've typed in your code, you should still see that. We have not yet moved into voting. I see registration happening. Thank you, Nairobi, for bearing with us as you get your codes.
So, Adam, we are ready in Nairobi with the codes.
I'm sorry, Mercy, what? Hey, okay, if you are not a delegate, please feel free to go out to celebrate.
We are ready in Nairobi with our codes, so we are ready to proceed.
If you can hear my voice, if you can hear my voice, please raise your hand. If you can hear my voice, please raise your hand. If you can hear my voice, please shut your mouth and raise your hand. Thank you. If you can hear my voice, please raise your hand. Maro, please pose for the picture. Okay, I'm sorry, Mercy, could you repeat that, please? Hello, Nairobi. How are you doing?
We are ready.
Okay, Nairobi is ready.
Okay,
Buenos Aires, delegates, are you ready?
Hang on.
Do you need codes? It's not loading. What's not loading? Does it say registration started?
Okay. We have all the codes. Are we ready? Are we supposed to proceed, or do we wait for further instructions?
I see that Darlington has registered.
Has codes now.
So I see that people in Nairobi have registered. Okay.
Okay.
Delegates,
Adam, I
please
hear
check
that
your...
everyone here has registered.
Hey, everybody, could you please be quiet so I can hear Mercy? Thank you. What did you say, Mercy?
Yeah, I understand. All right. Delegates, please return to your seats. Sorry to be the... Don't make me use my dad voice. Let's get in our seats. Dad voice. Yep, no, let's get in our seats. Come on. We did this. All right. There we go. Now that I don't have to worry about my voice tomorrow, that's the dad voice. Thank you.
Okay. We are going to proceed. We are going to end registration. And we are now going to move into voting. If everybody could please reload your screen or give it a moment. You should now see that you have a list of candidates to vote for. Yes. You can, okay, now, when you look at the screen, please note that you can scroll through the list of candidates, and you can select up to 5 candidates to serve as chair of the special committee. So hopefully everybody remembers our introductions from earlier today.
Hello?
Hello,
Adam?
Mercy. Yes, I hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mercy. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. So what delegates here are asking for is a list of the candidates, so their names and which countries they are from. Are we able to get that?
So on the screen, you should see the names. I will call out Andrew Thornhill from the country of Georgia. Astra Tikas from... It's all in the book. Oh, let's just do this. Where's Astra from?
Adam, I'm sorry. So apparently people want to actually see faces. So can we get the delegates, the candidates to stand?
Yes, delegates.
Yeah, maybe just a quick refresher. Stand, give your name and your country. That should be enough.
That's a wonderful
So that people
suggestion.
can actually remember who the candidates are.
Candidates for Buenos Aires, please come on stage. Please come on stage.
And I'll turn 6 on. Yeah, we got 6 on. So come on. Come on up. We got this. We'll figure this out. Let's go. Come on up on stage if you are a candidate. Yep, we're gonna come up here, and that way, the folks in Nairobi can also see our candidates who are here. All right, we've got them here. All right, just if you could, we'll share just your name and what country you're from.
Yeah, Max from the Netherlands.
Inji from Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Ken from the US.
Astra from Estonia.
Andrew from Georgia. Andrew Thornhill from Georgia.
Astra Tikas from Estonia.
Ken Ladd from the United States.
Inji Martinet from Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Max van Rossum from the Netherlands.
All right, and over to Nairobi.
Whoa! I just wanted to...
You got this, Nathan.
There's my name. You can see it.
Yes.
We can see
yeah,
you.
Anyway, I'm Nathan from the Philippines, in case you guys don't remember who I am.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you. I'm Maureen from Douala, Cameroon. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ubio from Lagos, Nigeria.
All right, thank you, candidates. So, over to you,
All right.
Adam.
Thank you for...
Gabriel's on the...
Okay.
he's on-
Gabriel from Austin. I'm not sure if I made the list, but
yeah.
Thank you, Gabriel.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, so now voting is open. So please, on your device, select up to 5 names. Yes.
I will ask.
What's that?
Adam.
Yes. Yes, Mercy.
Are the candidates allowed to vote for themselves or others? Can we clarify that?
Yes, candidates may vote for...
Candidates can vote for themselves.
Yes.
Thank you.
I, your chair, give you the promise that if because we have a technical
Okay.
issue with this, that I
We
will give
will
you a chance to do
we'll
this
do this
tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Of course.
thank you
Absolutely.
for
Those-
recognizing the candidates. We will vote on this officially tomorrow.
Right. This gives the candidates this evening in order to go ahead and go out and shake hands and let people know what you're going to do with your candidacy. So, and we will take this vote tomorrow. We will do this vote tomorrow. We've done our hardest work. All right, folks. If I have your attention for one more minute. I have candidates all take their seats, and we're gonna get to our last official order of business. What number are you? 5. 5, please. All right, perfect. Eric, you got yours?
Yeah.
Yes.
Check. Perfect.
Okay, all right.
All right, Lloyd, I'll turn it over to you for the last.
The final order of business. Mercy from Nairobi. May we officially close this business for today. And may we close the Constitutional Convention.
We are happy to close business for today.
Thank you. And this officially brings us to the close of the 2024 Constitutional Convention. Congratulations, everyone. You have a constitution. You guys did it. Thank you.
Joel had a special request for a lot of dancing and a lot of music. I don't think we've done that yet, so I don't know how we are closing.
Congratulations.
I want to invite everyone to the stage for a lovely group photo. I want to thank all the institutions that make this happen, all the amazing team that I have been working for this amazing event. To Charles, JJ, Tam, Danielle, all of you, Mark, Carlitos, everyone that is in Mark, everyone, and invite you, all the delegates, all the alternate, all the institutions. Please, let's be once together in this lovely photo, a huge Cardano community family. Thank you.